Welcome to Bald Voldemort. Today's adventure. What if Harry inherited the Speed Force after Bari Allen died, saving him from Voldemort? If you haven't already, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1. The lightning at Godric's Hollow. Bari Allen was running. There was a man in Central City who had taken hostages at the Federal Reserve, and the man had a gun, and the gun had bullets, and the bullets had a vector, and Bari was perpendicular to it. The math of the situation mattered because the math was the only thing standing between a hostage and a closed casket. The hostage was named Carl. Carl had 2 daughters. Carl would be at dinner tonight if Bari was quick. He was always quick. Lightning curled around his shoulders. The world had gone slow the way it always went slow when he passed Mach 2, and a bullet was a leaf falling through honey. He laid 2 fingers on its tail and pulled, below relativistic, below ballistic, below dangerous. The bullet was now a confused pebble. He set it on the marble. Carl had not yet blinked. Bari kept running. He had 2 more bullets to get, and a gun to lift out of a man's hand, and a hand to cuff to a railing. And then the slow world would catch up, and the bystanders would scream, and Iris would call him a show-off again at dinner. Iris had a way of saying show-off that made it sound like a kept promise. He thought about Iris a lot when he ran. He thought about her because thinking about her steadied the lightning. Thinking about her was the closest thing he had to breaks. The second bullet was harder. The second bullet was already past the railing. Bari overtook it, caught it, set it down, 3 feet from a child's shoulder. The third bullet did not exist yet because Bari had taken the trigger out of the gun. The gunman was now staring at his own hand with the blank face of a man whose grocery list had vanished mid-sentence. There were 9 other people in the lobby. Bari had counted them as he ran in. 8 of them were customers. One of them was a security guard with a shoulder he had not been telling his wife about. He had time to move them all if he decided to. He moved them. He set the older woman behind the counter and the young man with the messenger bag behind a column and the security guard in a chair with his good shoulder against the wall. And he did this in a length of time that did not register on any clock the lobby was equipped with. There was a single moment thereafter, in which Bari stood in the lobby and saw the room full of people he had just rescued, and noticed the small, quiet, repeated satisfaction of having been on time. He noticed, as he always noticed, that the satisfaction did not last. Iris had been right about that too. The satisfaction was a shape your hand closed around once, and then it was a memory of a shape, and then you had to go find another shape. Bari breathed in. Then the world opened. It was not a sound. It was not a flash, not at first. It was a lack. The Speed Force had a texture against his skin that he had stopped noticing the way you stop noticing the sound of your own kitchen. The texture went wrong. The texture turned inside out. There was a noise like someone unwinding a rope made of thunder, and the air ahead of him became a corridor that was not a corridor, and the corridor pulled. He had time, in the span of a millisecond stretched to the size of a year, to think. Oh, he had time to think. This is the thing Cisco warned me about. He had time to think Iris's name once, all the way through, slow. Then he was elsewhere. Elsewhere had wallpaper. The wallpaper was a stupid pattern of small yellow flowers, and there was a teddy bear on the floor with an arm bent the wrong way. And there was a woman lying on a rug. The woman had red hair and she was not breathing, and Bari did not need to be a doctor to know what that meant. There was a smell in the room that was not a smell from his world. It was a smell that had old language in it. It was a smell that knew what it was doing. Bari's first thought was triage. His second thought was that the rules were different here. His third thought, somewhere underneath the first 2, was that he had left Carl mid-rescue, and a part of him would never forgive himself for that until he saw Carl alive on a television. There was a crib. There was something forming above the crib. It was a smoke that was not smoke. It was a coalescing, a smear of black purple red that moved like an idea trying to remember its own name. The smear had a face in it for a moment, and the face was angry the way a knife is angry, which is to say not angry at all but very efficient. The crib had a baby in it. The baby was alive. The baby was bleeding from the forehead in a thin, neat line, the kind of line a draftsman might make. The baby was not crying. The baby was looking at the smear with an expression Bari had only ever seen on tired adults, the expression of recognizing the shape of a thing. Bari assessed. He had gotten very good over the last 3 years at assessing. He could measure a room in 9 milliseconds. He could count exits in 2. He could read the tension in a held breath and tell you what was about to happen next before the breath let go. The smear was about to do something to the baby. The smear could not be hit. He could tell. The way the air bent around it, the way light decided not to land on it, told him this was not a thing made of mass. This was a thing made of intention, and intention did not bruise. But intention had trajectory. Intention was moving toward the crib. Intention had a path. He could not kill it. He could move it. He understood this in the way he understood every problem the Speed Force had ever set in front of him, which was instantly and without admiring his own reasoning. He took 2 steps forward and ran into the path the smear was tracing. The smear, encountering him, did not strike. Striking was for things that had bodies. Instead, it turned. It wound. It tried to slip past him and around him the way water tries to slip past a stone. He let it. He drew it. He turned his run into a spiral, and he widened the spiral, and he widened it again, and the smear began to come apart. It was not coming apart because of him. It was coming apart because something else had been about to scatter it already, and he was lending the scatter his velocity. He understood this fact also instantly. There had been a rebound here, a working of magic that had failed and turned against its caster. He was running into the geometry of that failure, and he was making the geometry larger. The smear began to thin. The smear began to lose its center. He pushed harder. He pushed past Mach 4, past Mach 5, into the place where the air stopped having anything to say to him. He could feel the thing scattering. He could feel its will trying to pull itself back together and failing. He could feel the scatter widening across miles, hundreds of miles, the smear becoming a mist and the mist becoming a rumor. And then the price. The Speed Force did not announce its prices. The Speed Force was not a vendor. The Speed Force was a country, and crossing the border had a customs that you only learned about after it had already taken your luggage. The lightning along his shoulders began to come home to roost. Not outward, not down his arms and out his fingers, but inward into his chest, into the part of him that decided which way was forward. It went out. He felt it go. He felt it leave the way you might feel a friend leave a room behind your back, the air shifting to fill the space they had been standing in. The Speed Force had been with him for 3 years. 3 years of mornings he had not been late. 3 years of subway disasters that had turned out to be inconveniences. 3 years of Iris saying, "You idiot, you absolute idiot, I love you, sit down and eat." He thought of Iris. He thought of his mother. He thought, well, so that is what that is. His knees went out from under him in a way that was not falling, exactly, because falling was a relationship between a body and gravity. And his body was about to be a different kind of relationship. He stayed upright by mistake. He looked at the crib. The baby looked back at him. The smear, what was left of the smear, was a wisp now, a guttered candle's worth. It was retreating. It was trying to find a corner of the world to crawl into. It would, he understood, find one. It was not gone. It was only thinned beyond all credibility. The baby looked back at him. The baby had eyes that were green in the way certain glass is green. The baby had a thin, neat line on his forehead. The baby was, Bari realized, the room. Everything in the room had decided about the baby. The wallpaper had grown up around the baby. The teddy bear had been bought for the baby. The woman had been the baby's, and the smear had wanted to be the baby's end, and Bari had been pulled across worlds to interrupt that wanting. The speed force, exiting Bari, looked. He felt this. He had a privileged seat. He felt the lightning in him turn its head the way a dog turns its head at a sound, considering. He felt it sniff the room. He felt it reject the woman's body, the red hair, the bones already settling. He felt it pause over the smear and pull its lip back from the smear, contemptuous. He felt it turn to the crib. The baby had the right resonance. He did not know how he knew that. He knew it. The baby had the right resonance the way a tuning fork has the right resonance when you strike its sister. The baby was small and warm and bleeding and very tired, and the baby had something in the architecture of him that the speed force could live in. Bari lifted his hand. His hand was very heavy. He set it on the side of the crib. The baby looked at him. The baby's mouth opened slightly. The baby did not have words, did not have language, did not have any of the equipment for understanding what was about to happen, and yet the baby looked at him as though the baby were waiting for him to introduce himself. "Hey, kid," Bari said. His voice was not what he wanted it to be. It was thin. It was a voice he was running out of. "Hey, kid, listen, you're gonna be fast. I don't know how to explain it. I'm gonna leave something with you, all right? It's a good thing. It's the best thing. It picks people. I think it picked you. Be good to it. Don't let it pick the people, though. You pick the people. You hear me?" The baby blinked, slow, a baby's blink. "That's a yes. I'm taking that as a yes." Bari tried to smile. He found that he could. "I had a girl, Iris. She's gonna be wondering where I went. If anyone in your world ever goes looking for me, tell them I was happy at the end. I was happy. I was helping somebody. That's the whole job." He coughed. The cough had blood in it, but the blood was not red the way blood should be red. The blood was the wrong color, the way light gets the wrong color when it goes through too many windows. He looked at it for a moment, and the looking did not have anything in it. The looking was just looking. "Be good to your people," he said. "When you find them, the people are the whole thing." He felt the lightning leave. It did not leave the way warmth leaves a room. It left the way a person leaves through a door, deliberate, decided, going to do its next thing. It went through his chest and across 2 feet of space and into the baby. The baby twitched. The thin, neat line on the baby's forehead glowed for a fraction of a second, and the glow was the same color as the lightning had been, and then the glow went into the baby. The baby's fist opened. The baby's fist closed. Bari watched. "Oh," he said. "There you are. There you go." He sat down because sitting down was easier than standing up and continuing to be the kind of thing that stood up. He sat against the leg of the crib. He looked at the woman with the red hair. He thought about whether he had known her in some other place, and he knew he had not, and yet he wanted to apologize to her for not having known her, because a son like this would have come from a person worth knowing. He thought of his mother, Nora. He thought of his father. He thought of Iris and Joe and Cisco and Caitlin, and he thought of Carl at the Federal Reserve, who he hoped to God somebody else had gotten to in time. He thought of his apartment and the stack of unpaid bills on the counter that Iris had been so patiently reorganizing for him. He thought, all right. He thought, all right, lightning, you go on. The lightning went on. Bari Allen sat against the leg of a crib in a country he did not know, and he closed his eyes the way a man closes a book he has finished. And then he was nothing but a smear of ash on the rug and a dent in the air where he had been. The baby in the crib did not cry. The baby looked at the place where the man had been, and the baby did not understand it, and yet some part of the baby understood it, because the baby now had an architecture in him that he had not had a moment before, and the architecture was learning to keep him company. There were footsteps outside. A great heavy person came up the stairs. A voice was sobbing. The voice was deep and broken, and it kept saying, "Oh, oh, oh," the way a voice says when it has given up on words. The voice came into the room. The voice saw the woman with the red hair, and the voice made a noise that was not a word, and then the voice saw the crib, and the voice changed pitch. "There ye are," the voice said. "There ye are, little one, oh look at ye, oh Lily." The voice picked the baby up. The baby went without protest. The voice did not see the smear of ash. The smear of ash was indistinguishable from the wreckage of the rug, the rebound's burn, the destroyed pattern of small yellow flowers. The voice did not see the dent in the air. The voice was busy not seeing anything but the baby it had come for. The voice carried the baby out of the room. A second figure arrived at the door of the cottage some minutes later. The figure was old. The figure had a long beard and a long coat, and a kind of weariness in the shoulders that long coats did not really account for. The figure stood in the wreckage of a sitting room and looked at the rug and looked at the woman with the red hair and looked at the man at the foot of the stairs, and the figure put one hand to its mouth for a long time. The figure went up the stairs. The figure stood in the nursery. The figure looked at the crib where the baby had been. The figure looked at the rug. The figure tilted its head at the rug, because the rug had a smear on it that the figure did not understand. The smear was not soot. The smear was not blood. The smear was the residue of something that had been a person once, and the figure, who had spent 150 years learning the residues of things that had been persons, did not recognize this one. The figure crouched. The figure laid one long old hand against the smear. The figure said, very quietly, in a voice that was not for the smear so much as for itself, "What were you, my friend?" The smear did not answer. The figure rose. The figure looked at the dent in the air, which was already smoothing itself out the way water smooths itself after a stone has gone in. The figure considered. The figure said, also quietly, "And you, whatever else you have left here." The figure passed a hand through the dent. The dent recognized the hand the way a string recognizes the bow that has just been drawn across it. The figure pulled its hand back as though stung. The figure stood in the nursery for some time longer. Eventually, the figure went out, down the stairs, past the woman with the red hair, past the man at the foot of the stairs, and into the cold autumn lane where the great heavy person was waiting with the baby. The figure did not mention the dent in the air, or the smear, or the hand that had been stung. The figure decided, in the way an old man with too many secrets decides, to file the questions away in the drawer of questions to be opened later. The drawer would stay closed for 10 years. The lightning in the baby's chest, which the baby would later call the speed force without knowing where the name came from, settled. Patient. Waiting. There were 10 years to go. Privet Drive had a lawn. The lawn was kept the way certain lawns were kept by certain husbands in certain neighborhoods, which is to say with a sort of religious anger. Vernon Dursley mowed it on Saturdays, edged it on Sundays, and stared at it from his sitting-room window for the rest of the week as though daring it to disobey. The lawn was disobeying. Across it, in zigzag patterns that no human being should have been able to make at 4 years old, ran a small black-haired child who was not laughing. The child knew better than to laugh in this house. The child was, however, going faster than he had gone yesterday. He had been timing himself against the second hand of the kitchen clock all spring. Petunia Dursley shrieked from the back step, "Boy, come here." The child came. He came in the way the child always came, which was at the speed at which he could plausibly have been there already. Petunia did not notice the inconsistency, because Petunia had stopped noticing inconsistencies about the child the day she took him in. Inconsistencies, in her view, were what the child was made of, and noticing them out loud only encouraged them. "You will not run on my lawn, boy, do you hear me?" He nodded. "You will sit on the step. You will sit there until I tell you to get up. Do you hear me?" He nodded. He sat. He sat the way a child sits when a child has learned what a step is for, which was a thing he had learned before he had learned any of the things children are usually praised for learning. He looked at the lawn. The lawn was a pattern of grass blades. He counted them. He counted them in groups of 10, and then in groups of 100, and then he stopped because he had reached the end of the lawn and he did not want to start over. A wasp landed on his knee. He looked at the wasp. The wasp was, he thought, doing something interesting with its legs. The wasp was rubbing them together. The wasp had a tiny pale body and a black stripe, and the wasp's legs were the size of eyelashes, and yet the legs were doing complex work. He watched. He watched closely. The closer he watched, the slower the wasp became. He had not noticed yet that this was strange. He thought it was how the world worked. It was, in fact, how his world worked. The wasp lifted off. He let it. He went inside when called. He did not run. Petunia did not like it when he ran. He had learned this. He had learned a great many things by 4. He had learned which floorboard squeaked, which cupboard had food in it that nobody would notice missing, which side of his bed Petunia tucked him in from when she remembered to tuck him in at all. He had learned that the cupboard he slept in had a small crack in one of the boards through which he could see, if he angled his eye carefully, the corner of the front door's brass plate. He had not learned why he could see the brass plate so clearly. He had not learned why, when Dudley and Dudley's friends ran after him, the friends ran the way fish swam, slow and confused and not where he was. He had not learned why his own legs felt like furniture, like a thing he was sitting in rather than a thing he was, and why he could decide where they went the way one decides where to set down a chair. He had not learned the word for what was wrong with him. He was, by ordinary standards, 6. Dudley was 6 1/4. Dudley had a gang now. The gang was Piers and Malcolm and Dennis and Gordon. The gang was hunting Harry. Hunting Harry was the gang's primary occupation and chief intellectual exercise. Hunting Harry was bad for the gang's collective self-image because the gang had not yet caught Harry. The gang chased him along the alley behind the chip shop. The gang chased him across the playground. The gang chased him into the empty lot where the developers had given up on whatever they had been planning to develop, and Harry stood on top of a pile of broken bricks and looked down at the gang and waited politely for the gang to catch up. The gang arrived puffing. "You, stop, running," said Piers. "All right," Harry said. "You're cheating," said Dudley. "How?" Harry said. Dudley did not have an answer to this. Dudley had never thought about cheating before in any analytic way. Cheating to Dudley had meant other people doing things other people were not supposed to do. Cheating had not meant a small, skinny cousin moving in a way that broke certain unspoken assumptions about boys and legs and afternoons. Dudley stared at Harry. Dudley's mouth opened slightly. Dudley said, "Mum's going to hear about this," which was Dudley's solution to most of the things in life that Dudley could not personally fix. Harry shrugged. Harry said, "Yeah, probably." He was not laughing. He had not laughed at the gang in 2 years. Laughing, he had learned, made the gang faster. Calm did not. He did not know yet that calm was a tactic. He thought it was just what was left when laughing got dangerous. He went home. He took the long way. The long way was, for Harry, not very long. The sports day at Stonewall Primary in the summer he was 8 was the closest he came, before Hogwarts, to being noticed. The headmistress had organized a 100-meter dash for the under-10s. Harry had not signed up. Harry never signed up. Harry had perfected the art of the school day spent at the edge of the photograph, the edge of the queue, the edge of the table. But Mrs. Heath had made the dash compulsory for boys, on the theory that compulsory was good for boys. And Harry had found himself in a line of small white shorts and small white shirts at the chalk line on the playing field, with Aunt Petunia standing on the boundary in her good blue dress and her thin, disappointed mouth, and Dudley, who had been excused from the dash on grounds Harry suspected involved baked goods, watching from the shade. The whistle blew. Harry started running. He started running the way he always started running when other people were running, which was at the speed of the boy in front of him. He had been doing this for 2 years. It was a small, disciplined act of self-control. He held himself to the boy in front of him, the way a horse held itself to a fence. He had decided, at some point in the last 2 years, that he was going to be ordinary in front of people, and ordinary was a thing you could practice if you tried hard enough. He was, on this particular afternoon, distracted. He was distracted because Aunt Petunia was watching him with the thin, disappointed mouth. He was distracted because Dudley was eating a flapjack. He was distracted because Mrs. Heath had a stopwatch she kept clicking and unclicking. He was distracted because Marcus Pettigrew, who was an under-10, had elbowed him at the chalk line. And the elbow had not hurt, but the elbow had been an event he had taken note of. Distraction, he was about to learn, was a thing his legs did not respect. His legs went past Marcus Pettigrew. His legs went past Tom Hadley, who had been the school's fastest under-10 for 2 years. His legs went past the chalk line at the far end of the field. His legs were standing in the grass behind the goalposts when his head caught up to the situation. There was a long, peculiar silence on the playing field. The other boys were still running. Tom Hadley, who had been 7 meters behind Harry at the start, was now 32 meters behind Harry. Mrs. Heath was holding the stopwatch at an angle. The other parents at the boundary were turning their faces toward Aunt Petunia, slowly, the way a row of sunflowers turns toward the sun. Aunt Petunia's mouth had gone from thin to thinner. Harry walked back. He walked back at a walking pace. He walked back like a person who had simply been a little over-enthusiastic at the start. He arrived at the chalk line as Tom Hadley crossed it. He clapped politely for Tom. He did not look at Mrs. Heath's stopwatch. He did not look at Aunt Petunia. That night in the kitchen, Aunt Petunia spoke in the low, private voice she reserved for when Vernon was upstairs and Harry was in earshot but not yet supposed to be in earshot. The low, private voice said, "He is doing it again. The thing he did with the photograph, the thing he did with the door of the kitchen." Vernon from the stairs said, "I will not have it. I will not have it in this house." Aunt Petunia said, I told her when they brought him to us. I told her this would happen." Vernon said something that was not quite words. The words trailed up the stairs and into the bedroom, where the door was closed, and were swallowed. Harry in the cupboard listened. He had heard "told her" many times before. "Told her" was an unfinished sentence Aunt Petunia had been carrying for as long as he had been alive. "Told her" had a who in it that had never been answered, and a what in it that had never been spelled out. He had stopped by 8, asking himself what the who and the what were. He had decided by 8 that they would arrive when they arrived. He looked at the spider in the corner of the cupboard. The spider was working on its web. The spider was very small and very patient, and the spider was doing something with its 8 legs that Harry could now, if he looked carefully, see in 8 separate motions, 8 separate decisions made by 8 separate parts of one small mind. He thought, "Hello, spider." He thought, "You're like me." He fell asleep. There was a primary school photograph from the autumn he turned 7 that the school had to retake 3 times because Harry's face was a smear in it. The photographer, a thin, patient man named Mr. Kettering, held up the camera for the 3rd attempt. He had checked the shutter. The shutter was fine. He had checked the lens. The lens was fine. He had checked the boy. The boy was sitting still, hands folded, the way a primary school boy was supposed to sit when a photograph was being taken. The boy was, on the 3rd attempt, also a smear. Mr. Kettering took the photograph anyway. He gave up. He did not know how to explain to a child's parents that the school's standard portrait equipment had decided to refuse this particular face. He printed the smear. He filed the smear with the other portraits. He went home that evening and drank an extra glass of whiskey and did not tell his wife why. The smear was, on close inspection, the photograph of a child whose face had been at 3 different angles when the shutter had closed. The smear was a record of a thing the camera had seen and could not commit to. Aunt Petunia threw the photograph in the bin without showing it to Vernon. She told Harry he had ruined the photograph. He nodded. He had not, he thought, ruined anything. He had only sat still. Sitting still was a thing he was beginning to suspect he was no longer good at. By the time he was 8, he had gone through the door. It happened on a Thursday because Thursdays were the days Aunt Marge visited, and the cupboard was the only safe place. Harry had been told to stay in the cupboard with the door closed. The door was closed. The door had a slide bolt on the outside that Aunt Marge sometimes liked to slide just to watch him try the handle, and the bolt was slid, and Aunt Marge was laughing in the kitchen, and Harry had been in the cupboard for 2 hours. He had to sneeze. He turned his head. He did not sneeze on the blanket, which had been hard enough to get clean the last time, and he did not sneeze on the pillow, which Aunt Petunia would notice. He sneezed at the door. His head was through the door. He was, for a moment, a child whose head was through a door. The door was on either side of his neck. He could see the front hallway. He could see the umbrella stand. He could see the corner of the brass plate. He saw all of these things from the height of a child sitting in a cupboard whose head had become a head in a hallway. He thought, very clearly, oh. He pulled his head back. He sat very still on the floor of the cupboard for some time. He did not tell anyone. He did not tell anyone for a number of reasons, the first of which was that there was no one to tell, and the second of which was that a thing this strange, when told, became a problem somebody else would solve for him. And Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon's solutions to problems involving Harry had so far been confined to the cupboard, and were unlikely to improve on Harry's behalf if a head-through door was added to the list of grievances. He thought about it instead. He thought about it for a year. He thought about it while walking to school. He thought about it while pretending to listen in maths. He thought about it lying awake on the cot in the cupboard, watching the spider in the corner do its slow, patient work. He thought about doors. He thought about hands. He tried it again when he was certain no one would see, with his hand against the kitchen door. His hand went through. He brought it back. The hand was fine. The hand had not been hurt. The hand had not even been cold. The hand had simply, for a moment, decided not to be in the same place as the door. He went back to bed. The summer he turned 10, Vernon's belt happened. It happened because Dudley had broken a vase, and Dudley had said Harry did it, and Vernon had a way of believing what Dudley said even when what Dudley said had no foothold in the visible world. Vernon had taken his belt off. Vernon had stood in the kitchen with the belt, and Vernon had told Harry to come here. Harry had come. Harry had stood in the kitchen and looked up at his uncle's face and looked at the belt and thought, very clearly, number the belt swung. The kitchen was no longer where Harry was. He was on the curb across the street. He was looking back at his own house. He was sitting down and his legs were pulled up under him, and the air around him was making a small humming noise the way the air sometimes hummed around him when he had moved without meaning to. The hum stopped. He looked at his hands. His hands were fine. He sat on the curb for a long time. It was August. The light was the gold late light. A cat went by. A cat looked at him as though deciding whether he was a problem the cat needed to address, and then the cat continued. A car went by. The car did not stop. He listened to his own breathing, which was slow, the way his breathing always was, because his breathing did not seem to need to keep up with anything. He did not tell anyone. He did not tell anyone because the people he might have told were the people whose belt he had outrun, and because the alternative was the silence of the curb and the gold late light and the cat that had decided he was not a problem. He thought very quietly, "There is something wrong with me." He thought, even more quietly, "It is the only thing about me that is not also wrong." He did not have words for this thought. He had a feeling shape in his chest that the words approximated. The feeling shape was patient, the way the lightning in him had been patient since before he had been old enough to call it lightning. The feeling shape was waiting for him to grow up. He stood up. He walked back across the street, slow, the way a boy who wanted to be unremarkable walked. He went in through the front door, which he opened with his hand, like a person. In the kitchen, Vernon was still standing with the belt. Vernon was staring at the place Harry had been a fraction of a second earlier. Vernon was not, Harry thought, going to say anything. Vernon's mouth was open. Vernon's face was a particular shade of bricky pink. Vernon was, Harry suspected, beginning the long internal process of deciding that what he had just seen had not happened. Harry took the belt out of Vernon's hand. He did not know why he did this. He did it. He was not himself in the doing. He was a small, skinny 10-year-old whose hands had gone faster than anyone in the room could see, and the belt was now on the kitchen counter, neatly looped, the way Aunt Petunia would have approved of. "Sorry about the vase," Harry said mildly. "It was Dudley." He went upstairs to the cupboard. He shut himself in. He sat on the cot. He did not cry. He had not cried in years. He had given up on it the same way a person gives up on a hobby that does not pay. Outside, in the kitchen, Vernon began to bellow. The bellow was a comfort to Harry, in its way. The bellow meant Vernon had landed back inside the world Vernon understood. The bellow meant Aunt Petunia would come in, and Aunt Petunia would tut at the belt, and the kitchen would resume its long, slow march toward dinner. Harry lay back on the cot. He looked at the ceiling. The ceiling had a crack in it that ran from one corner to the other, and the crack had a pattern, and the pattern, if he looked at it for long enough, looked very faintly like a bolt of lightning. He had seen this crack 1,000 times before. He had not before seen the lightning. Somewhere, in a part of him that did not have a name, a quiet voice that he had been almost hearing for 10 years almost said something. The almost saying was warm and big brotherly and a little tired, and the almost saying said, "Hey, kid," the way an older brother might say it to a younger one who had just learned to ride a bike. Harry did not hear it. He was not yet old enough to hear it. But the lightning in his chest, which had been patient for 10 years, decided it had been patient long enough, and the lightning began, very slowly, to consider introducing itself. Outside, a hot August wind moved through the hedges of Privet Drive, and Number 4 sat in the late gold light like a house that did not know what was inside it. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. The Hogwarts Express and the Girl Who Asked. The letter, when it arrived, was addressed to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive, and Harry, who had stopped expecting accuracy from the world somewhere around the age of 6, found this last detail more interesting than the rest of the envelope put together. He read the address 3 times. He did not get to read what was inside. Vernon, in the long process of pretending the kitchen belt incident had not happened, had been quieter and louder by turns ever since, and the quiet was always the more dangerous of the two. Vernon, when he saw the envelope, went the bricky pink that meant the world was demanding something of him that he had not signed up for. Vernon snatched the envelope. Vernon read the address. Vernon's eyes did the slow widening of a man encountering a piece of furniture in his own kitchen that he had not bought. "Petunia," said Vernon. Harry, who had observed the bricky pink before, retreated to the corner of the hall and sat on the bottom step and counted the books on the side table. There were 4. The dust on the second from the top had a fingerprint in it that was not Aunt Petunia's. He had been observing that fingerprint for 2 months now. He suspected it was the cleaning lady S. He had not asked, because asking was a thing Harry did not do. The next morning there were 3 letters. The morning after that there were 12. The morning after that there were 50, all wedged through the front door simultaneously by an owl whose dignity, judging by the angle of the head feathers, was offended. Vernon, by then, had loaded the family into the car. The hut on the rock was a thing Harry would remember for the rest of his life, and not for the reasons Vernon had intended. He would remember the particular sound rain makes against a corrugated tin roof when there is nowhere else to be. He would remember Dudley curled on the sofa with a stolen blanket. He would remember the cold of the floorboards through his thin socks. He would remember, most of all, the hour right before the door was kicked in, when he sat awake on the floor with his knees up against his chin and watched his fingers on his right hand, deciding to be slightly somewhere else than they were. He had been doing it more lately. He had been doing it without meaning to. His hand, set on his knee, would shimmer at the edges. The shimmer was very small. The shimmer was the thing a stone looks like at the bottom of a fast, clear stream. The shimmer was, he was beginning to suspect, the shape of the speed in him when his attention slipped. He pressed his hand flat against the wood of the floor. The hand went into the wood up to the knuckles. He pulled it out. The wood was undisturbed. The hand was undisturbed. He was beginning to develop a private vocabulary for these events. He called this one in his head a soak. The hand had soaked through. The hand had decided briefly to share a volume with the floor and then unshare. The hand had not been hurt. The floor had not been informed. He set his hand back on his knee and watched it. Outside, the rain hit the corrugated roof, and Dudley snored and the wind beat against the door, and a great heavy sound began to come up the rock toward the hut, and Harry knew, with the clean prophet certainty of a child who has already given up on being surprised by his own life, that something was about to be on the other side of the door. Then the door fell off its hinges. "You're a wizard, Harry." Hagrid said it the way a man might say, "You're a man with brown eyes, Harry," as though it were a fact that the fact had been waiting on Harry to acknowledge before getting on with anything more important. Harry, for his part, considered the proposition. He considered it the way he considered everything, which was through the lens of how it explained, or did not explain, the small disciplined library of unexplained events he had been quietly cataloging since the age of 4. The lens had two settings. Yes, this matches what I have, and no, this does not match what I have. He aimed the lens at "You're a wizard." The lens said, "Partial match." A wizard, by Hagrid's account, did spells. Spells were a thing that lived in wands, and the wand was a thing you bought in an alley behind a London pub. Spells made things float and turn into other things. Harry had floated once, when Aunt Petunia had not given him a haircut he did not want, and had woken up the next morning with the haircut undone and several inches of additional hair, and Aunt Petunia had locked him in the cupboard for a week. Harry had assumed at the time that the haircut had simply not taken. He revised this, on the rock in the hut. The haircut had not taken because Harry had untaken it. "You're a wizard, Harry," was the cleanest one-line explanation he had ever been offered for the haircut. It did not, however, explain the curb. It did not explain the door. It did not explain the floor of the hut which, while Hagrid was talking, his hand was still resting against, and into which his hand was very slightly soaking. "You're a wizard," Hagrid said again, gentler, taking Harry's silence for shock. "All right," Harry said. He took his hand off the floor. He did it slowly. He rested it on his knee where it was visible. "All right," he said again. "Tell me about the wand." Diagon Alley was an experience the like of which Harry had not previously had any apparatus for processing. And Harry, who had come of age in the cupboard under the stairs, had a great many apparatuses. There were, by his quick count, 317 distinct people on the alley between Gringotts and Florian Fortescue S. There were 11 distinct varieties of bird. There was a shop window on the left in which a teapot and 4 cups were carrying on a small civil disagreement involving spoons. There was a man on the right whose hat was in the wrong dimension. There were children. The children were wearing robes. The children were also, several of them, 9 years old and visibly skidding sideways through the air in pursuit of a toad, which was a thing Harry made a careful mental note to look up later. Hagrid bore him through it like a tugboat. "Yale want your wand," Hagrid said. "And your books. And your cauldron. Yale want your cauldron most of all. You can't be doing potions without a cauldron. Don't drop the cauldron. Hagrid's nephew dropped a cauldron once and the cauldron took half the kitchen with it. Hagrid has a nephew. Hagrid does not have a nephew, said Hagrid darkly, and they did not speak of it again. Ollivander's was the last shop. The last shop was always the last shop because the last shop was the one you remember. Ollivander's was a thin, tall building wedged between a shop full of brooms and a shop full of telescopes, and the door, when it opened, made a single chime that Harry felt the way one feels the first cold gulp of water on a hot day deep in the chest. Ollivander himself was thin and pale and old, and his eyes did not blink in the rhythm Harry's eyes blinked in. "Mr. Potter," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "I have been expecting you." He climbed a ladder. He came back down with a long, thin box. He took the wand out and laid it on the counter. He looked at Harry. "Try." Harry picked up the wand. The wand objected. Harry put the wand down. Ollivander made a small, interested noise the way a man makes a small, interested noise when his diagnostic instrument has confirmed something he had already suspected. Ollivander climbed the ladder again. He came back down with a different box. "Try." Harry picked up the wand. The wand burst into a small private fit of sparks and went stiff in his hand, the way a cat goes stiff when held wrong. "Try." A box, a try, a wand, a failure, a box, a try, a wand, a failure. The little wooden boxes were piling up on the counter. Hagrid had, at some point, sat down. The window had darkened with the late afternoon, and Ollivander in the gathering shop gloom had begun to look more and more like a man whose curiosity was outrunning his patience. He stopped between boxes. He looked at Harry. "Hold still," he said. He came around the counter. He took Harry's right wrist between two thin fingers. He turned the wrist over gently. He touched with the pad of his thumb the inside of Harry's forearm where the pulse was. Then he stood very still. He was, Harry realized, listening. Ollivander, still listening, said in a different voice, "Tell me, Mr. Potter, has it always been this fast?" Harry looked at him. Harry did not know what answer to give. Ollivander did not need one. Ollivander released his wrist. Ollivander returned to the back of the shop. Ollivander climbed not the ladder but a step stool, and from the very highest shelf, the one that had not been touched in some time, judging by the dust, he took down a single thin box. He carried it back to the counter the way a man carries a sleeping animal. "Holly," he said, "and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple, curious." He set the wand on the counter. "Try." Harry picked up the wand. The wand did not spark. The wand did not burst. The wand did not stiffen. The wand sat in his hand the way the lightning had sat in his chest for 10 years, patient, attentive. The way a thing sits in your hand when the thing has decided about you and is now politely waiting for you to decide back. Harry set the wand down. "Curious," Ollivander said again. Harry waited. Ollivander said, "There is a hum in this wand I have not heard before. There is a hum in this wand I am not certain I have any framework for." He took up the wand. He ran one thin finger along the wood. He held it to his ear, the way you might hold a seashell. He frowned in a way that was not a frown so much as a very fine adjustment of the geography of his face. "There is something else in you, Mr. Potter," he said. "Something the wand has agreed to keep company with. I do not know what it is. I do not know that I have the words. But I feel, for what it is worth, that you and this wand will be very good at things together that wands and wizards have not historically been good at." He folded the wand back into the box. 7 galleons, he said. Hagrid paid. The platform between Platform 9 and Platform 10 was, for Harry, the easiest part of any of it. He had been going through walls for 3 years. The wall at King's Cross was a wall, and he was a person, and walls had long since stopped being an interesting category of obstacle for him. He pushed the trolley at it, and the trolley went through, and he went through, and he did not notice any of the spectacle the wall had been working up to, because the wall had been preparing a spectacle for first-year wizards and Harry was not. The wall belatedly recognized exactly the customer it had been pricing for. On the other side of the wall there was a train. The train was scarlet and very old in the way certain English machines were very old, which was to say proudly. The train had a clock on it that said 5 minutes to 11. The train had owls and trunks and parents and tearful first years and older students greeting older students with the small, loud rituals of school reunions. The train had everything Harry had read about in the small paper book about Hogwarts that Hagrid had bought him from Flourish and Blots. He boarded. He found a compartment. The compartment was, as it happened, mostly empty. There was a boy in it. The boy was tall and red-haired and freckled in the systematic way a boy gets freckled when his ancestors have spent 8 centuries outside, and the boy was eating a sandwich with what Harry recognized, from long study of Dudley, as the practiced misery of a boy who would have preferred a different kind of sandwich. "Anyone sitting there?" Harry said. "No," the boy said. "Help yourself." Harry sat. Harry put his trunk on the rack. Harry took out a book from the trunk because taking out a book was a thing Harry had decided to do whenever he wanted to be left alone in a public place. He said, "I'm Ron." "Harry." He stopped eating. "Harry," the boy said slowly, the way a man says a word he had until that moment used only in a different context. "Harry, bloody hell, are you Harry Potter?" Harry, who had spent the last fortnight discovering in incremental increments that he was famous, said, with the dryness he was beginning to develop as a defense, "Allegedly. Bloody hell. Yes. Have you got the scar?" Harry pushed his fringe back. The thin, neat line was, as it had been since the age of 1, thin and neat. Ron looked at it. Ron looked away. Ron looked at it again. Ron said, "Bloody hell," for the 3rd time in the tone of a boy whose vocabulary had been overrun. Harry put the book down. Harry decided in a small, quiet way that he did not announce to himself that he liked Ron. Liking for Harry was a thing that happened at the speed of liking, which was to say in the first 6 seconds after meeting a person and could not be reasoned with afterwards. "What's the sandwich?" "Corned beef. Mum always packs corned beef. I don't even like corned beef." "I've got chocolate frogs." "I've got Mum's homemade fudge, but you don't want that. The fudge has a personality." "I'll trade you a frog for the fudge." "You're sure?" "I'm sure." They traded. They began the long, slow business of becoming a thing together that neither of them had any prior framework for. Outside the window, England streamed past. London became suburb. Suburb became hedgerow. Hedgerow became something older. Harry, in a soft moment between one frog and the next, set his hand on the seat beside him. The hand soaked. 2 inches. Just at the wrist. Not a thing anyone watching with a normal pair of eyes would have caught. Harry pulled the hand back without looking down at it. He had not meant to do it. He had been thinking about the train and about how the train was, by his rough estimate, doing somewhere between 45 and 50 miles an hour, and about whether, if he stepped off the train at a curve and ran alongside it, he could keep up. The compartment door slid open. The girl who came in had a cloud of brown hair and a robe 2 sizes too big, and a kind of intensity in the eyes that Harry recognized instantly. The way you recognize the thing you have been preparing yourself to encounter without ever knowing you were preparing. The girl said, "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost a toad. I've already searched 4 compartments. The toad is not, statistically speaking, anywhere east of the dining car." She stopped. She had been looking at the seat next to Harry. She said, "Did your hand just go into the seat?" Ron blinked. Ron said, "Wah." The girl said more carefully in a voice that was no longer searching for a toad, "Your hand, 2 seconds ago. You set it down on the upholstery, and the upholstery and your hand were briefly the same thing. I saw it. I have very good peripheral vision. I have been working on it. Please tell me what just happened." Harry looked at her. Harry, at 11, had been refining for 3 years a particular conversational technique. The technique was, look mild. Look mild and look slightly stupid and look about half a second slow on the uptake, and in 9 cases out of 10 the other person concluded that they had been mistaken and let the matter drop. Harry deployed the technique now. It bounced off the girl the way a thrown pebble bounces off a wall. "I read 3 books about the magical sciences on the train this morning," she said, "and none of them describe a permeability phenomenon that operates without an incantation, and so what I am asking you, Harry Potter, is this. Do you know what you just did?" Ron's mouth was open. "Bloody hell," Ron said. "I do not have time for bloody hell," the girl said. "Neville's toad has been missing for 43 minutes and I have a working theory about which lavatory it has retreated into. Harry, the hand." "It's a trick," Harry said. "Optical illusion, very dim in here." "It is not dim in here. The train has 12 overhead lamps per carriage and the upholstery is a high-contrast green. Dust mote. Dust motes do not cause forearms to vanish into furniture." "You sure?" "I am very sure." There was a silence in the compartment. Ron looked between Harry and the girl. Ron seemed to be considering whether to volunteer his sandwich into the silence. He did not. He had wisdom in him, Harry observed, of a form that did not pass through a school first. "What's your name?" Harry said. "Hermione Granger." "Hermione, listen, will you sit down?" She did not sit. She stood in the doorway with the toad search suspended in her, one hand still half extended toward where the toad was not, and she said, "Why?" "Because I would prefer," Harry said, "to have this conversation in a way that does not project across the corridor." She looked at him for a long second. She came in. She slid the door closed. She sat on the bench opposite him. She set her own small, neat hands on her knees and said, "All right, tell me." Harry, who had spent 10 years deciding never to tell anyone, found himself opening his mouth. He did not know why. He thought, watching himself do it, that there was something in the girl's eyes that had decided about him before the conversation had begun, the way the lightning in his chest had decided about him before he had been old enough to notice. She had walked into the compartment looking for a toad, and she had seen, instead, a wall in him, and she had decided in the second of the seeing to be on the other side of the wall before she left the room, and Harry, watching her decide it, knew that the wall had been outflanked. He said, "I don't know what it is. I have always been fast. I have sometimes been somewhere I was not a moment before. I have once or twice gone through a door." Ron said, "Bloody hell, mate." Hermione said, "When you say you have always been fast, as long as I can remember, as an infant, apparently, wandless, yes, and you do this without thinking about it." "I do this trying not to think about it." She closed her eyes. She seemed to be running behind the closed eyes a calculation. Harry waited. He had time to wait. She opened her eyes. She said, "There is no spell on file in the standard primary curriculum that does what you have just described. There is no magical phenomenon in any of the 4 standard introductory texts that operates wandlessly in a non-magical household in a child too young to incant. What you are describing is an anomaly. And anomalies, Harry Potter, are how the magical sciences have been advanced for 9 centuries, and so you are going to let me observe this." "I am?" "Yes." Quietly. "I will not announce it to the school. I will not write to my parents about it. I will keep notes only for myself, and I will tell you my notes when I have them. In return, you are going to stop pretending it is dust motes." "That seems," Harry said, "fair." She put out her hand. He looked at it. He took it. Her hand was warm. Her hand, when he took it, was still in his hand the next instant. He had not by reflex soaked it. He noted this. He noted that he had not wanted to. He noted that the hand staying in his hand was a small, ordinary thing he had not had 10 of in his life. She withdrew the hand. She stood up. She said, "I am going to find Neville's toad." She left. She slid the door closed behind her with a small, definite snick. Ron, after a long, thoughtful moment, said, "Mate." "Yes, Mate, what? I do not, Harry said, yet have a comprehensive answer. If you would like to ride out the rest of the train journey with me anyway, I can offer you a chocolate frog. Have the frog. They had frogs. The train kept going. Outside, the hedgerow became moor, and the moor began to climb, and somewhere at the other end of England a castle was waiting on a lake. The Sorting Hat had been on more children's heads than Harry could count, and the hat had a way of beginning the conversation with a tired professional opener. The opener in Harry's case was, "Ah, well, plenty of courage, that. Plenty of mind. Plenty of—" Then the hat stopped. Harry, on the stool, kept very still. The hat, against the inside of his head, made a small bewildered noise, the way a man might make a small bewildered noise if, opening his refrigerator, he had found a horse in it. "What the hat said, are you?" "I don't know," Harry said internally with some sympathy. "I have sorted," the hat said in a slightly different tone, 50,000 children. I have sorted Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs and Slytherins and Gryffindors. I have sorted Dryads. I have sorted on one regrettable afternoon in 1742 a centaur. I have not in 1,000 years sorted whatever you are. Sorry, Harry said. Ah, well, the framework is the same. Only the taxonomy is enlarged. Let me see. The hat looked. The hat, looking, came up against the lightning. The hat said in a voice that was not its usual voice, "Well, hello. I had not expected to encounter anything like you in this castle." Harry waited. "There is," the hat said, "a foreign light in this boy. Older than this castle in its way. I do not know what to do with it. I suppose what one does with light in the end is decide where it wants to shine. Slytherin would polish you, you understand. Slytherin would teach you the discipline of yourself. Ravenclaw would study you for years. Hufflepuff would feed you. Gryffindor," the hat paused. "Gryffindor will let you run." "Gryffindor," the hat said, into the hall. The hall roared. Harry got off the stool. He walked to the Gryffindor table where Ron was waving at him with a goblet. He sat. He clapped politely for the next first year. He did not notice, until his second cup of pumpkin juice, that he was being watched, very steadily from the high table, by a man with a turban and the kind of nervous, quivering politeness that, in Harry's long primary school experience, hid certain particular kinds of meanness. The man was sweating. The man's face, above the turban, had the wrong color in it, the way the color had been wrong in Bari Allen's blood at the foot of a crib in a country Harry did not yet know he had begun his life in. Harry's scar, when he looked at the man with the turban, did something. The scar did not hurt. The scar felt the way a tuning fork feels when its sister has been struck somewhere across the room. It did not hurt. It hummed. It hummed in a register Harry recognized, without knowing he was recognizing it, the way a man recognizes the voice of his own mother at the back of a crowded train station years after she has died. In Harry's chest, the lightning, which had been quiet through the whole feast, sat up. "Hey, kid," said a voice that was almost not a voice. Harry froze with his fork half to his mouth. The voice did not say anything else. The voice did not finish the thought. The voice was not an articulation. It was the shadow an articulation casts when it has been articulated somewhere that is not quite here. But the voice had said, "Hey, kid," and Harry knew, in the part of him that had been a small, skinny boy on a curb in August in the gold late light, that he had been waiting to hear the voice for 10 years. "Hey, kid," the voice said again, more distinct, like a radio finding its station. That one is the bad one." Harry put his fork down. He looked at the man with the turban. The man with the turban was looking back. The eye contact lasted, by the clocks of the great hall, for less than 2 seconds. By the clocks Harry was beginning to suspect were operating inside him. It lasted long enough for Harry to count the tassels on the turban 11. The lines on the man's forehead 4, 2 of them not symmetrical with the others. And the moment in the man's eyes, when the man's eyes were briefly not the man's eyes, but something else's, looking out of the man's eyes the way a hand looks out of a glove. Harry looked away. The hum stopped. The voice did not speak again that night. The first week of classes taught Harry several things, the first of which was that the Hogwarts curriculum was not designed for boys whose hands could be in two places. Transfiguration was on Tuesday. Transfiguration met in a stone room with high windows and was taught by a woman whose mouth was the kind of mouth you did not test. McGonagall was Scottish in the brisk, efficient way that was either soothing or alarming depending on whether one was on time. Harry was on time. Harry was also 2 minutes into the lesson, 12 seconds ahead of the lesson, then 30, then a minute, because the matchstick on his desk had grown a silver point and a small silver eye before McGonagall had finished saying the incantation aloud. McGonagall, mid-incantation, stopped. She looked at Harry's matchstick. She walked briskly the length of the classroom. She picked up the matchstick. She turned it in her fingers. She looked at Harry over her square spectacles in a way that made Harry adjust how far out of the chair he was sitting. "Mr. Potter, Professor, are you under the impression that I have already given the incantation? You said the first syllable, Professor. I extrapolated." "You extrapolated?" "Yes, Professor. From the first syllable of an incantation that varies in its second and third syllables by a factor of 12 depending on the target. From 3 letters of approximately 144 possible spell words." "Yes, Professor." There was a silence. McGonagall looked at the matchstick. She looked at Harry. The class was very still. Hermione Granger, from her seat in the front row, was writing rapidly in a notebook and not looking up. Ron, from the seat next to Harry, was breathing very softly the way a man breathes when he has decided to become a piece of furniture. McGonagall set the matchstick down on Harry's desk. She walked back to the front of the classroom. She gave the rest of the incantation. The class did the spell. Most of the matchsticks in the room achieved a faint silver tint. None of the other matchsticks achieved a silver point or a silver eye. At the end of the lesson, McGonagall said, without looking up, "Mr. Potter, stay." Ron mouthed sorry, made at him, and fled. The classroom emptied. Harry sat. McGonagall came around her desk. She did not sit. She stood with her hands folded in front of her in the brisk, efficient way Scottish women had been folding their hands at Highland boys for the last 6 centuries. "How long," she said, "have you been doing things faster than you have been told to do them?" Harry considered the question. "Always," he said. "Always." "Yes, Professor, you will explain." "I do not think I have the vocabulary, Professor." He tried. He tried in a halting way that was not the way he had spoken to Hermione, because Hermione had asked the question in a voice that had a hand out, and McGonagall was asking the question in a voice that had a clipboard. He told her, in summary, the wasp, the door, the curb, the matchstick. He did not tell her about the voice. The voice was a thing he was already not telling people about, even where the people had a clipboard. McGonagall listened. When he had finished, she said, "Mr. Potter, you will not perform this work in my classroom, in advance of the instructions. Not because I do not believe you can, because I do not yet know whether you can do it without consequence, and a classroom is not the place to find out. Do you understand me?" "Yes, Professor. You will report to me at the end of every Friday the things which have happened during the week which seem to you to be of the kind we have just discussed. You will write them down. You will be brief and you will be honest." "Yes, Professor. You will speak to no one of these reports." "Yes, Professor." "Including Mr. Weasley." Harry hesitated. "Including Hermione." McGonagall looked at him. "Miss Granger," she said slowly, "has already this morning written me a letter requesting an interview about a peer of hers exhibiting magical phenomena outside the standard curriculum. You may speak to Miss Granger. Miss Granger appears to be, in her own way, taking notes that will be useful to my notes. I will not object to her notes converging with mine." Harry felt the small private smile shape at the back of his face that he did not show. "Yes, Professor." "Out you go, Mr. Potter." He went. Potions on Friday was the other kind of teacher. Snape on Friday was a thin, pale man in black robes who moved the way a knife moves in a drawer, which was to say with a precise quiet not interested in being noticed, and Snape's gaze, when it landed, was a thing one only realized had been on one for some seconds. Snape's gaze landed on Harry in the second minute of the first lesson. "Potter, sir, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "I do not know, sir." "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat, sir." "And how is that?" "I read the introduction, sir." "Did you?" The class held its breath. Snape's mouth did a small thing that was not a smile. Snape walked the length of the classroom and stopped in front of Harry's cauldron. He looked at the cauldron. The cauldron contained nothing. The cauldron contained nothing because the lesson had not yet given the class anything to put into it. Snape looked at the cauldron for the length of time a man looks at a cauldron when he is making decisions about its contents that the contents are not yet aware of. Then Snape said, "Potter, stop vibrating." Harry, who had not been aware of vibrating, looked down at his hands. His hands were on the desk. His hands were perfectly still. Or more precisely, his hands were perfectly still in the way that a hummingbird's wings are perfectly still while the hummingbird is hovering. There was a frequency to the stillness which was higher than the rate at which most human eyes resolved still from moving. He took his hands off the desk. He set them in his lap. He thought, very pointedly, "Stop." The vibrating stopped. Snape said nothing. Snape moved on. Snape took 5 points from Gryffindor for being Potter, which was a charge that was not quite legal in the strict letter of the school rules, but which the rest of the class chose, on balance, not to contest. After the lesson, in the corridor, Hermione fell into step with Harry. She had the notebook open. She was writing while walking. She wrote without looking at him. "Snape can see you. McGonagall can see you. Quirrell almost certainly can. There may be others. I am building a list." "What is the list for?" "For knowing who I can ask questions to." "Do you ever stop, Hermione?" "No," said Hermione without breaking stride. "I have a working hypothesis. The working hypothesis is that you are not, technically speaking, doing magic." Harry stopped walking. She stopped too. She put the notebook against her chest and looked at him. "What am I doing?" "I do not know yet," she said. "But the matchstick this morning. You did not say the incantation, Harry. You did not even pick up the wand. The matchstick became a needle because you wanted it to be a needle, and the wanting moved it through the intermediate states faster than the spell does. Magic, Harry, is a relationship between intent and a structured release of energy through a wand. What you did to the matchstick was not a structured release. It was a what? I do not have the word. All right. Yet, Hermione, I will find the word." He looked at her. He thought again about the way she had walked into the train compartment with her toad search suspended. He thought about how, since that moment, he had not been entirely alone in the catalogue of his own strangenesses, and he thought how an unshared catalogue and a shared catalogue were not, in any rigorous sense, the same kind of object at all. "Thank you," he said. "Don't be," she said briskly. "I want to know. I want to know more than I want most things. Come on, we have history of magic, and I do not want to be late on principle." She walked. He walked. Behind them the corridor emptied, and at the far end of it the man in the turban watched them go, and the lightning in Harry's chest hummed, very faintly, the way a cat purrs when it is paying attention to something the room is not yet aware of. He lay awake in the dormitory. The dormitory had 4 other boys in it. Ron was one. Neville Longbottom of Toad fame was another. Seamus and Dean. They snored at 4 different rates. They breathed at 4 different rates. Harry had not, in the cupboard, ever shared a sleeping space with another human being, and the noises were, all 5 of them, small and shifting and surprisingly companionable. He looked at the ceiling. The ceiling here did not have a crack in it. The ceiling here was made of dressed stone. The stones had a faint glow on them, the way old stones can glow when they have been near enough magic for long enough, and the glow shifted very slightly with the breath of the boys in the room. He thought about the man with the turban. He thought about the voice. "Hey, kid." The voice this time did not arrive. The voice was, he understood without quite articulating it to himself, a thing that came when there was something to say. The voice was patient. The voice was, he understood, the same kind of patient the lightning had been. He thought about Hermione Granger's face when she had said, "Please tell me what just happened." He thought about Ron's bloody hell, mate, which had landed in him like a small warm coin tossed into a fountain. He thought about Aunt Petunia's mouth getting thinner across the playing field. He thought about the ceiling crack on Privet Drive, which had been a lightning bolt only when he had been ready to see one, and he wondered what else had been a lightning bolt in his life that he had not yet been ready to see. Outside the dormitory window, the lake at the foot of Hogwarts moved in a long, slow sigh, and the castle made the small, almost imperceptible noises an old castle makes at night, and the boys in the dormitory breathed at 4 different rates, and the lightning in Harry's chest, which had not been alone for 10 years and had not had company for 10 years, decided that whatever else this place was, it was a place where it was going to be possible now to begin. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3. The Lightning Bond by March. Hermione had a folder. The folder was hidden inside a textbook on intermediate charms, which was a textbook nobody ever opened in the common room because intermediate charms was a 3rd-year subject and Hermione, by extension, did not want her observations interrupted. The folder was titled, in Hermione's small, severe handwriting, Observations. H.J.P. Hermione had asked his middle name on the train, and he had given it without thinking, and he had been regretting it ever since because the H.J.P. on the front of the folder made the project sound like a dissertation. The folder, in March, contained a drawing, in pencil, of the way Harry's right hand, sometimes blurred at the wrist when he was thinking about something else. A list of the times Harry had answered McGonagall before she had finished a question. A list of the times Harry had not answered McGonagall before she had finished a question, organized by what subject he had been thinking about instead. 3 pages of speculation about whether the phenomenon required a wand. Conclusion after observation. Number 2 pages of speculation about whether the phenomenon required incantation. Conclusion after observation. Number a page on which the only words were wand HUMS. COLLIVANDR note. A page on which the only words were, "What is he?" Hermione had, in the 2nd week of March, brought the folder out from behind the textbook and laid it open on the table in front of Harry in the empty afternoon classroom they had developed the habit of meeting in. She had put both hands flat on the open folder. She had said, "I have a working theory. The working theory has implications. I want to tell you the theory, and then I want you to tell me whether the theory is wrong." Ron, who had been allowed into the classroom on the strict condition that he eat his chocolate frogs over the bin, had said, "Bloody hell, you two are exhausting." Hermione had ignored him. Hermione had said, "You are not, Harry, exhibiting kinematic phenomena that magic, as currently understood, has any apparatus for. You are, instead, doing what magic does at a very different layer of operation. Magic moves a thing from state A to state B by structured intent through a wand. You are moving from state A to state B by skipping the wand and possibly the structured intent and possibly several of the intermediate states. That is not magic. That is something magic has never had to share the room with." Hermione, yes. What is the implication? She had looked at him. She had said, "You are not a magical phenomenon. You are a kinematic one. The difference matters, because if it is kinematic it has a physics underneath it, and the physics will be findable. And once we find the physics we can predict what you can do. And once we can predict what you can do, we can predict what is going to happen the day someone in the world who is not on our side notices. And Harry, somebody is going to notice." He had not answered. He had instead looked at his right hand. His right hand had, on the empty afternoon classroom desk, been moving very slightly the way the desk itself was moving very slightly, which was to say in the small, wood-resonant way that wooden desks moved when somebody breathed against them. Then his right hand had skipped. It had been at the desk. Then it had been at the windowsill. Then it had been at the desk again. He had not, by his honest accounting, asked the hand to do this. Hermione had written something in the folder. Ron had said after a long, thoughtful chew on a chocolate frog, "All right, that one was new." The headmaster's office was up 2 staircases that moved on their own, and a corridor that had not entirely committed to a direction. And the gargoyle at the foot of the stairs spoke a password in a tired Edinburgh voice that suggested it had been tired about gargle passwords, since before any of the sortings any of the children in the school had been sorted into. McGonagall, not Hermione, was the one who had brought him. McGonagall had come to the Gryffindor common room after dinner on a Tuesday in March and said, in the brisk, efficient voice, "Mr. Potter, with me." She had not given a reason. McGonagall did not give reasons. McGonagall gave instructions and let the reasons arrive at the destination on their own time. Now Harry stood in the headmaster's office, which had more silver objects on more shelves than any room he had previously been in, and the silver objects were all making small, thoughtful noises, the way a workshop full of attentive instruments makes small, thoughtful noises. And the headmaster himself was standing at the window with his hands clasped behind his back and his back to the room. The headmaster did not turn. "Mr. Potter, sir. Sit, please. Lemon drop." "Yes, please." Harry took a lemon drop. The lemon drop, when it touched his tongue, tasted only of lemon, which was a thing Harry registered as significant, because most things in this castle had an additional flavor on top of the flavor they had been advertised as having, and the lemon drop's restraint was, he suspected, a courtesy. The headmaster turned. The headmaster was old in a way Harry had only seen one other person be old, and that was the figure he did not yet remember from the night of his parents' deaths. The headmaster's eyes were blue. The headmaster's eyes did the trick of looking at you and looking simultaneously at something in the past behind you, and the trick was unsettling for the second it took you to realize that the headmaster did not need to choose between the two. The headmaster sat. The headmaster put his fingers together. The headmaster said, quite quietly, "Tell me, Harry, what happens when you run?" Harry held the lemon drop on his tongue. He thought. He had told McGonagall in one set of words. He had told Hermione in another. He had not told either of them everything, because he had held back from each of them the parts that were most his own. He thought now that he had a choice about what to hold back here, and he thought also that in the next few seconds the choice was going to be made for him, because the headmaster's blue eyes were, in their courteous way, already finding the things in him he had not yet articulated. He decided in the way a small, skinny boy decides to set a belt on a kitchen counter neatly looped, to give up on holding back. "I see lightning," he said. "Around me, through me. There is a corridor when I run fast enough. A clean corridor. The world goes slow. I can put my hand into things or through things. Sometimes I move and I have not asked my legs to. Sometimes a voice. A voice. A voice. It does not say much. It says, 'Hey, kid.' It said when I was at the feast on the first night, that one. That one is the bad one about Professor Quirrell." The headmaster did not, Harry noticed, look surprised. The headmaster said, "And what does the voice sound like?" Harry considered. "Tired," he said. "Like a brother, like he has been running a long time." The headmaster closed his eyes. He kept them closed for some seconds. When he opened them, he stood. He went to a tall, narrow case on the far wall, and he unlocked it with a small old key he produced from a fold in his sleeve. And from the case, he took down a book. The book was thick and brown, and the binding was so old that the leather had begun to look like the surface of an old face. The headmaster brought the book back to the desk. He laid it open at a place that had been bookmarked by a scrap of pale red ribbon for what looked like decades. "I have been thinking," the headmaster said, "since before you were born, about a problem I have not had the vocabulary for. The book in front of me is a record of correspondence with the American Magical Congress. It is dated 1880. I read it first when I was a young man. I did not understand it. I read it second when I had become an old man. I understand it now." Harry waited. The headmaster turned the book toward him. The headmaster pointed at a heading on the open page. The heading said, "The Lightning Bond." In 1880, the headmaster said, in a part of America that was at the time called the New Mexico Territory, there was a man named James Halstead. James Halstead was a Muggle. James Halstead, before his 30th birthday, could outrun a galloping horse. By the eve of his 31st birthday, he could outrun a steam train. By his 31st birthday itself, he could outrun, by witness accounts, the sound of a rifle shot. The American magical authorities of the day investigated. They could not place him within any of the existing taxonomies. He had no wand. He had no incantation. He was not by any test the authorities could apply performing magic. He was simply, the report concluded fast. They called the phenomenon, for lack of any better term, the lightning bond. Did they find out what it was? Number James Halstead died on his 32nd birthday. The report ends with a single observation. The observation is that the lightning bond appears to be a thing not native to this world, and that it appears to choose its hosts, and that the choosing appears to consume the host. The MACUSA author closed the report by writing, "We are advised, by such consultants as we have, to leave it alone." Harry, in the chair across the desk, did not move. He thought of Bari, although he did not know yet that he had a name for the voice. He thought of the voice saying, "You're gonna be fast." He thought of James Halstead in 1880 outrunning a steam train. He thought, in the most private corner of himself, the corner where he kept the curb and the gold late light and the cat that had not been a problem. Oh, the headmaster watched him. The headmaster said kindly, "I do not believe, Harry, that the man who saved you on the night of your parents' deaths was one of us. I do not believe he was, technically, a wizard. I believe he was something else of which the lightning bond is the only record on either side of an ocean that I have ever found, and I believe he gave you, at the cost of his life, what the lightning bond is. And I believe also that there is in you a voice and that the voice is his." Harry's hands were on the arms of the chair. His hands were perfectly still. He said quietly, "Sir, do you know his name?" "I do not." "Does the book?" "It does not. The book records only the host. The book does not name the visitor. The visitor in 1880, if there was one, did not survive to be named." Harry nodded. He thought he would, perhaps, find the name on his own. The headmaster said, "Harry, I am going to tell you something you must hold quietly. The lightning bond, on the evidence we have, consumes its hosts. James Halstead lived 10 years with it. You have lived 10 with it already. We have, I think, time, but not all the time in the world. We will need to learn quickly what the voice is and what the lightning is and what we may do that the consumption does not happen to you the way it happened to him." "Yes, sir. I will help you. So will Professor McGonagall. I would like to invite Miss Granger to assist as well, as I understand she has already been keeping a folder." Harry's small, private smile shape moved at the back of his face. "How do you know about the folder?" "Because Miss Granger, as I understand it, organizes folders in libraries, and the librarian has been amused for some weeks at the volume and specificity of the cross-reference questions Miss Granger has been asking." "Of course." The headmaster closed the brown book. The headmaster put the book back in the case. The headmaster locked the case with the small old key. The headmaster came back to the desk and looked at Harry across it for a long second, and Harry had the distinct impression, very rare in his life, of being looked at by a man who saw him entirely and intended only good with the seeing. The headmaster said, "Have another lemon drop, Harry." Harry did. The trapdoor under the third-floor corridor was a thing Hermione had been mapping in the folder since November and Ron had been mapping in Conversation since December. And the three of them, on a night in late May that was hot and thick with the late spring readiness of England, went through the trapdoor in the order they had developed by long practice. Hermione, Ron, Harry. Hermione led because Hermione had the spell list memorized and would not waste seconds re-deriving it. Ron came second because Ron was the one most likely to be eaten if the corridor had teeth, which it did. But Ron was also the one most likely to land a sandwich-related joke at the right second to keep Harry's lightning from getting bored and slipping the leash. Harry came third because Harry was, in any plan, the variable, and the variable came last because the variable was the one the others had to know was there. The devil's snare was Hermione's. Hermione lit it on fire with a charm she had read in Chapter 11, of a book Hermione had not been assigned. The flying keys were Harry's, in the sense that Harry caught the right key out of the air in the time it took the room to register that he had moved, and in the time it took the door to acknowledge the key, the flock of other keys did not catch up with him. The chess set was Ron's. The chess set was Ron's the way the other things had been Hermione's and Harry's, which was to say cleanly and entirely. And Ron, after a sustained consultation with the White Knight, looked up at his friends with the bright, determined face of a boy who had just decided to be a piece on a board. And Ron, when he was taken with a small, efficient violence that knocked the wind out of him and not the life, waved Harry forward without sitting up. "Go on, mate, go on." Hermione looked at Ron, Hermione looked at Harry. Hermione said in a voice that did not crack but that audibly considered cracking, "Harry, I do not have anything more for you. I have a charms reference for you on doors that are locked by older magic. I have a note about the troll. I do not have anything for what is on the other side of the next door. I am sorry. It's all right. It is not all right." Hermione. "Yes. Find Dumbledore. He is not in the castle. Find someone with an owl, then I will hold the corridor." She looked at him. She looked for a fraction of a second, the way she had looked on the train when she had said, "Please tell me what just happened." Then she nodded, brisk, the way McGonagall would have nodded, and she was gone, and Harry was alone in front of a door. He pushed the door. The door opened. The room beyond the door was a long stone room with a single tall mirror at its end. The mirror was framed in gold, and the gold was etched with a script Harry did not read, and the script said, on the upper edge of the frame, "ERISED STRAEHRUOYT UBCAFRUOYT ONWOHSI," which was a thing Harry had time to read backwards in his head as he walked, because Harry in this room had a great deal of time. There was a man at the mirror. The man's back was to Harry. The man wore a robe and a turban. The man was muttering. The man was, Harry thought without registering the thought, wrong in his outline, the way a man is wrong in his outline when he is wearing a glove that is also wearing him. The man turned. Quirrell did not stutter in this room. Quirrell in this room spoke in an accent that was no accent at all, smooth and old, and the kind of voice you hear when wind has been blown through a long stone passage for a very long time. "Potter," he said. Harry stopped 2 paces inside the door. He did not at this distance run. He did not at this distance reach for his wand. He stood in the doorway and he looked at the man, and the lightning in his chest was, for the first time since the sorting feast, very loud. "Hey, kid," Bari said. Harry did not this time freeze. Harry stood and he listened. That one is the bad one. The bad one is the bad one twice over. There is a passenger, you see it." "I see it," Harry said internally with the small flat efficiency he had picked up from McGonagall. "You are going to need to run. Not yet. When I tell you. Stand still until then. All right. You hear me, kid. I hear you." Quirrell, who had been watching Harry's face change in microscopic ways during this exchange, narrowed his eyes. Quirrell took one slow step toward Harry. Quirrell said in a voice that was not Quirrell's, "What are you listening to?" "A friend," Harry said mildly. "You have no friends." "I have one I have not possibly met yet." Quirrell laughed. The laugh was not Quirrell's. The laugh was high and thin and old in the wrong way, the way old age is wrong on a thing that has not aged so much as stretched, and the laugh ended on a note that was almost a hiss. Quirrell said, "Come here, Potter. Look in the mirror. Tell me what you see." "No, thank you." Quirrell raised his wand. "Now," Bari said. "Now, kid, run." Harry ran. He did not run at the door, he ran at the mirror. He ran at the mirror because the mirror was where the question lived. And the question, Hermione had been teaching him since March, was always the place to put the velocity. He ran and the room went slow. The dust in the room hung in the air. The tip of Quirrell's wand started, in a slow, stately way, to glow. Harry ran. He ran around Quirrell in a wide spiral that did not, to Quirrell, look like a spiral, because Quirrell was perceiving him in the strobe stutter that Quirrell's eyes were equipped for. He came to a stop in front of the mirror. The mirror had no stutter in it. The mirror saw him at the speed at which he was, and the mirror, in seeing him, showed him a thing. What the mirror showed was a man. The man in the mirror was tall. The man in the mirror had brown hair and a thin, ordinary kind face. The man in the mirror was wearing a red suit that was not, to Harry's eye, a suit at all so much as a costume of some kind, with a bolt of lightning on the chest. The man in the mirror was standing behind Harry, with one hand on Harry's shoulder, and the man in the mirror was smiling, the small, tired smile Harry had heard for 10 years inside his own head without ever knowing what the smile looked like. Harry felt in his pocket a weight. He put his hand into his pocket. He brought out a stone. The stone was small and red and uncomplicated. The stone was, he knew without needing to be told, the thing the room had been built to hide. He put the stone back in his pocket. In the mirror, the man with the bolt of lightning on his chest gave Harry a small private nod. The nod was, Harry understood, what a brother's nod looked like. Behind him, Quirrell's voice rose into a shout. Quirrell shouted in a language that was older than English. Quirrell raised his wand. Quirrell intended, Harry understood, to do a thing about Harry that the language would not, after the doing, have a politer word for. Harry turned. He did not run. He walked. He walked because the room had given him, in front of the mirror, a half-second of clean, settled certainty. And in that certainty, he had remembered every single thing the lightning had been quietly telling him for 10 years. And what the lightning had been telling him was, there are some moments you do not need to be fast for. There are some moments the fastness has been preparing you to slow down inside. He walked across the room toward Quirrell. Quirrell fired. The light from Quirrell's wand, which was green, was not a thing one walked toward. The light from Quirrell's wand, however, took longer to cross the room than Harry took, and in the time the light took to cross the room Harry was, very quietly, no longer in the place where the light was going. He was at Quirrell's elbow. He set his hand on Quirrell's wrist. Then he ran. He ran inside himself. He ran the friction of his own blood up the length of his arm and into his hand and into the wrist he was holding. And the friction was the kind of friction that made stones smoke and matchsticks ignite, and the kind of friction, also, that the thing inside Quirrell could not, by its old hard nature, abide. Quirrell screamed. The thing inside Quirrell screamed. The thing inside Quirrell came out the back of Quirrell's head in a long, thin smear that Harry recognized, with a quiet shock of long-delayed recognition, as the same smear he had not known he had seen 10 years before, in a nursery on a rainy night, with a wallpaper of small yellow flowers behind it. The smear shrieked. The smear retreated. The smear, leaking through the cracks in the door at the far end of the room, was gone before Quirrell's body had fully fallen. Quirrell's body fell. The room emptied of the noise that had been in it. Harry stood with his hand still raised where Quirrell's wrist had been. His hand was hot. Not hot in the way burned hands were hot. Hot in the way an engine was hot after a long run. He lowered the hand. He looked at his hand. The hand was, in his eyes, normal. The hand was not, by his accounting, his. He sat down on the floor. He sat down on the floor because the floor was the easiest thing to sit on. He took the small red stone out of his pocket and looked at it. He thought about the man in the mirror. He thought about the bolt of lightning on the chest of a costume he had no framework for. He thought in the small, quiet way he had been thinking for 10 years. Hello. Hey, kid, hello, you did good, I had a lot of help. Yeah, help is the only way it works. You learning that already, faster learner than I was. Harry let the lightning hum in him. He let it hum for the length of a held breath. He let it hum the way he had let the wasp lift off his knee at 4 years old without asking the wasp to stay. He said internally, in the very gentle voice the question wanted to be asked in, "Who are you?" There was a pause. A long, considered, slow-arriving pause, the kind of pause a man takes when he has been waiting for a question for 10 years and has not quite, until now, decided what shape the answer should be in. "I'm a guy who ran fast," Bari said. A quiet pause. "I had a girl, kid, Iris, I had a city, my name is Bari." "Hello, Bari," Harry said. "Hi, kid." Between Dumbledore's office in March and the trapdoor in May, Harry learned what it was to be observed by people who liked him. It was a thing he had no precedent for. The cupboard had observed him with the eye of a piece of furniture that had been told to keep him quiet. Aunt Petunia had observed him with the eye of a woman who had been keeping a list of grievances since he was an infant. Dudley had observed him with the eye of a boy looking at a rival sandwich. None of these were the eye that he now found himself under. Hermione's eye was a bright, steady searchlight. Hermione had read 4 books on motion theory by Easter, and Hermione had begun, at the back of the folder, to draw small, careful diagrams of him. The diagrams were anatomical. The way a foot landed, the angle of a knee, the configuration of a hand at the moment a hand decided not to be a hand. The diagrams were not personal. The diagrams were the way Hermione paid attention. He had not, before her, been paid attention to in this way, and the paying took some adjusting too. McGonagall's eye was a square, brisk window. McGonagall had taken to standing at the back of Transfiguration during the practical sections instead of at the front, which meant that Harry could not, by lining up his line of sight with the front of the room, evade her observation, and McGonagall, when she watched him, was looking for the precise instant his hand decided to skip a step in the spell. He learned to do the spell entirely in human time, when she watched, the way a student learns to fake an accent for an oral exam. He suspected she knew this. He suspected she allowed it because the discipline was good for him. Dumbledore's eye was the strangest of the 3 and the warmest. Dumbledore did not, after the lemon drop conversation in March, summon him again. Dumbledore did not, in the corridors, single him out. But on 3 separate occasions in April, Harry passed the headmaster on a staircase, and on each of the 3 Dumbledore had nodded, exactly once, at no more than the angle a man nods at a colleague who has been working on a problem with him for some years, and Harry had nodded back. The 3 nods in his memory afterwards became the year's record of the only adult, to that point in his life, who had treated him as a peer. Ron's eye was the easiest. Ron's eye said, "Are you eating, mate? You don't look like you ate," and Ron's eye, when Harry was tired in a way Harry did not have words for, fell quietly on Harry's plate at dinner and pushed the plate 2 inches closer to Harry without comment. Ron, by Easter, had begun to watch Harry the way a brother watches a brother who has been working on something difficult, which was to say with the attention concealed and the attention there. Inside Harry, Bari was learning to be company. It was not constant. It was, in the early months, a presence that surfaced and submerged. Bari would say something, a wry observation about a transfiguration, a quiet warning before Harry did something the lightning thought he would regret. And then Bari would be gone again, and Harry would be alone in himself in the same way a man is alone in a house after a friend has gone home. The aloneness after a visit was not lonelier than before. It was differently shaped. The shape was the shape of having had company in the room. In April, walking back from care of magical creatures along the lake path, Harry asked in his head, very quietly, "Are you tired, Bari?" Bari, after a length of pause that Harry was learning to recognize as a length of careful internal travel, said, "Yeah, kid, some days, don't worry about it. You don't have to be on all the time. I know, you can rest. I'm all right by myself. You absolutely are, but I want to be here. Don't take that away from me." "I won't," Harry said. The lake had a heron in it that day, standing in the shallows the way herons stand, which is to say with the patience of a creature for whom an afternoon was not a meaningful unit. Harry watched the heron for some seconds. He thought, in the part of him that was learning to think with two minds, that the heron was a thing he and Bari had now both seen, and the small ordinary fact of that doubled seeing was, in him, the closest thing to family he had ever known. In the room with the mirror while Quirrell turned, Harry had time to think a thing he had not in his life had time to think. The thing was this. The room had at its end a tall mirror. The mirror was a thing in a story. The story was the kind of story Harry had read as a small child in the cupboard during the brief unsupervised intervals when Aunt Petunia had forgotten to take the books away. Fairy stories, with mirrors that showed truths and mirrors that showed wishes and mirrors that showed the worst face of the person standing in front of them. The mirror in the room was, Harry was certain in the moment of crossing the room toward it, all three. He did not know which of the three he wanted it to be. He thought, in the slow, long-stretched moment that the lightning gave him, about what the truest mirror in his life had so far been. The truest mirror in his life had been the kitchen window of number 4 Privet Drive in July of the year he was 9, on an afternoon when the kitchen had been empty, and the kitchen window had reflected him by accident. And Harry, walking past, had stopped, because the boy in the window was a boy Harry had not previously made the acquaintance of. The boy in the window had been thin. The boy in the window had been small for his age. The boy in the window had had the patient look of an old man, and the patience had been a thing that the boy had earned by spending too many hours in a cupboard, and Harry had not, until the kitchen window, known the patience was visible on the outside of him. He had walked away from the kitchen window quickly that day, because he had not wanted Aunt Petunia to come in and find him looking at himself. He thought now, walking toward the mirror in the room with Quirrell at his back, that perhaps the kitchen window had been showing him a truth, and perhaps the mirror at the end of the room would show him something different, and perhaps the difference was what he was about to find out about himself. What the mirror showed when he reached it was the truth. The truth was a man with a bolt of lightning on his chest, and a hand on Harry's shoulder, and a tired, kind face that Harry had been almost seeing in the dark for 10 years. The truth was, Harry understood that he had not, in the way he had thought he had, been alone. The truth was a thing he had earned, by the long years in the cupboard and the long years on the curb and the long years at the edge of every photograph. And the truth was that the long years had built in him a place for company to come and live, and the company had come, and the company had been with him longer than he had known. He looked at the mirror. The man with the bolt of lightning on his chest looked back. The man with the bolt of lightning on his chest did not, at this distance, smile. The man with the bolt of lightning on his chest did the small, private, settled thing with his face that Harry recognized, instantly, as the same thing the man's voice had been doing in his head for 10 years, and the recognition was the closest thing to coming home that Harry, at 11, had on file. He took the stone out of his pocket. He had, by then, already understood that the stone would be in his pocket. The mirror had shown him the man, and the man had shown him, in a very small, invisible motion of the hand on his shoulder, the pocket. The pocket had, on inspection, been heavier than it had been a moment before. The stone had been there. The stone, the room had decided, was for Harry, because Harry was the only person in the room who had wanted the stone for the right reason, which was, he wanted to give it to someone whom the room would consent to call its proper owner and walk away with empty hands. He put the stone back in his pocket. He turned. He walked toward Quirrell. He thought that walking was, in this room, the bravest speed he had ever moved at. The hospital wing was white, and the morning light came in through the high windows, the way morning light comes through a hospital wing's high windows, which is to say, with an unhurried, patient practicality. Madame Pomfrey was somewhere off stage. Hermione was on a stool by the bed. Ron was on a chair on the other side, and Ron was eating one of the chocolate frogs Hagrid had left, and Ron's left arm was in a sling. Hermione had the folder open on her knees. "You owe me," she said, "an extraordinary number of words. I owe Ron a number of words, too. I owe Ron a number of words separately. Right now you owe me. How is Quirrell?" "Quirrell," Hermione said carefully, "is no longer a person. I know. I'm sorry, Harry." "I am also sorry." There was a quiet in the white light with the frogs in it. The door of the wing opened. The headmaster came in. The headmaster came to the foot of the bed. The headmaster said in his quiet, kind voice, "Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, may I have Harry alone for a moment?" They went. Hermione went with the folder. Ron went with the frogs. They left the door cracked because Hermione had a small opinion about the value of a cracked door in close vicinity to an interview. The headmaster sat on Hermione's stool. The headmaster said, "Tell me, Harry, what you saw in the mirror." Harry told him. The headmaster listened. When Harry had finished, the headmaster said, "The mirror, Harry, shows the deepest desire of the heart. A boy as raised as you in front of the mirror ought to have seen his mother and his father. You saw the visitor instead. Find this informative. He is not a visitor anymore, sir. Number he is, I believe, a part of you. Yes. And he speaks now. Yes, sir. Has he given you a name?" Harry, on the white pillow, hesitated only for a second. He thought in that second about the costume, about the man's tired, kind face, about the hand on his shoulder in the mirror. He thought about a curb in August. He thought about a house with a thin, neat line on his forehead. "Not yet, sir," Harry said gently. The headmaster looked at him. The headmaster, Harry suspected, knew that the answer was not a true answer. The headmaster, Harry also suspected, knew that the answer was a kept thing, the way a child keeps a stone in his pocket, and the headmaster, who had been a child once, did not insist. The headmaster said, "Very well, Harry." The headmaster stood. The headmaster went to the door. At the door he paused. "Harry, sir, your mother saved you, and so did something else. And so, I think, did you tonight. The three of these things I will, in my long life, remember as the three things that have most made me believe in the future of this school. Get well, my boy." He went out. Harry lay in the white morning light. He thought about the headmaster's three things. He thought about the curb. He thought about the wasp on his knee. He thought about Hermione's folder and Ron's sling and the small red stone now, by Dumbledore's quiet, careful arrangement, no longer in his pocket. In his chest, the lightning was easy. Easy enough that he could, for the first time, hear the voice the way one hears a friend in the next room. "Got somewhere to be," Bari said. "Just the rest of my life." "Yeah," said Bari, "me too, I think." Chapter 3, End Chapter 4. Friction. The next 3 years went the way years go, in a school built on a lake. When the boy at the center of them is the boy his teachers do not entirely have a unit of measurement for. The Chamber of Secrets in second year was a corridor in a basement and a basilisk in a bathroom and a girl in a diary. And at the end of all of this, a sword, and Harry, with the sword in his hand, ran around the basilisk in widening circles for the length of time it took a teacher in another part of the castle to get there. He killed the basilisk with the sword while running. Hermione, when she could get out of bed afterwards, drew the geometry of the run from his memory of it, and the geometry on the page in the folder looked like a flower. He did not, that year, tell Lockhart anything. Lockhart, who had been the school's defense teacher for the year, was a man who had built a career out of writing books about other people's deeds and signing the books with his own name. Harry had not registered any opinion on Lockhart's books for several months, on the principle that opinions on school books were for boys with the time for them. But in March of his second year, Harry had been alone in the library on a wet Sunday, and had picked up Magical Me out of curiosity, and he had read the chapter on the werewolf of Wagga Wagga, and he had, on closing the book, made the small disciplined adjustment to his face that he made when he had decided that a person was a fraud. Lockhart in the basement under the school. In the moment Lockhart attempted a memory charm on Ron and Harry both, ended the day with a stone in his head and a cot in St. Mungo's, and a polite future of forgetting his own first name. Harry had moved his hand into the path of the wand a fraction of a second before Lockhart's wand had gone off, and the wand had come apart in Lockhart's hand the way wands come apart when their geometry is interrupted by an object faster than they are. And Harry, the next morning at breakfast, did not eat the kippers. He ate the toast. He looked at his hands. He thought in a small private corner of himself, "Well, I have done that." "Hey, kid," Bari said. "Yeah, you all right. I broke a man's wand and a man's mind in the same second. Yeah, the first one's hard. They get easier in a way that is not actually easier. You hear me? I hear you. You did the right thing." The man was about to delete a lot of years out of two boys who had only just earned them. "I know, eat the kippers. I don't like the kippers. Eat the kippers anyway. You burn calories you don't know you burn. You're losing weight again. Hermione's going to start writing in the folder about it." Harry looked across the table. Hermione was, in fact, looking at the folder. Hermione had the folder open on her lap. Hermione was writing without looking in the margin. "What are you writing?" Harry said. "You are losing weight again." "All right. I am putting it in the folder." "Of course you are. And the kippers." He took the kippers. He ate them. They tasted of fish in the small, clean way kippers tasted of fish when a person was not, by nature, looking forward to the meal. Across the hall at the staff table, McGonagall, who had been watching, made the smallest dry approving movement of one eyebrow, and Harry, who had picked up the eyebrow's vocabulary at some point in the last 18 months, returned the smallest dry approving movement of his own. Third year had a different shape. Third year had Dementors. Dementors, the first time Harry encountered one on the train, were a thing the lightning in him did not know what to do with. The lightning was a kinetic phenomenon. The Dementor was a thing that ate joy. Joy, Harry observed in the shocked moment of realizing he was being eaten, was not a kinetic phenomenon and could not be outrun. He fell. He fell off the bench in the train compartment in year 3, and the cold of the compartment was the cold of the curb in August. In a way, the curb in August had not actually been cold, and he heard in the cold a woman screaming, and he did not understand the screaming for some seconds. Lupin, who had been the man asleep in the corner of the compartment, was, by the time Harry had worked out the screaming, on his feet with a wand in his hand. Lupin produced a thing of light from his wand. The thing of light was the shape of an animal Harry had no name for. The thing of light went at the Dementor. The Dementor went away. The cold went away. Harry was on the floor of the compartment, and Hermione's hands were on his shoulder, and Ron's hands were at his elbow, and Lupin's eyes, which were tired and kind, were on his face. "Hey, kid," Bari said. "Yeah, that was your mother." Harry did not move for some time. Lupin gave him a piece of chocolate. Harry ate the chocolate. The chocolate was in his mouth, a thing that took up the space the cold had been taking up, and he registered this technique with the small, dry filing motion. He registered all techniques he intended to use again. Lupin said, "You are stronger than that in time. The Dementor finds in everyone the worst memory the person has. The worst memory is the easiest meal. With practice with a patronus you can keep them out. I will teach you if you would like." "Yes, please," Harry said. He learned the patronus that year in a classroom on the second floor with Lupin. Twice a week, after dinner, the patronus took, for him, 3 lessons, and on the 3rd lesson, when the silver thing came out of his wand and stood in front of him, the thing was a stag. The stag was tall and quiet and had the same patient look at the back of its eye that the heron had had on the lake. The stag walked once around the room. The stag came back. The stag laid its head very lightly on Harry's shoulder, and the stag was, after that, gone. Lupin watched the empty air where the stag had been. Lupin said in a voice that was slightly different from the voice he had been teaching in, "James, sir, your father, Harry, the stag was your father. He was an animagus. The shape was his. I knew him. I am sorry. I have not in some time told you that I knew him. I should have." Harry, who had been ready to learn a patronus, was not ready to learn that the patronus had a face. He sat down on the desk. "Hey, kid," Bari said, and the warm, tired voice was, for the only time Harry could remember in 2 years, slightly cracked. "Hey, you okay?" "I don't know, take your time. It was a long lesson." The man called Sirius Black by the end of the year was not a murderer, was Harry's godfather, was on the run, and was, at the moment Harry had time to introduce himself properly to the man, lifting Harry off the bank of the lake by the shoulders with the cold, relieved hands of a man who had been waiting 12 years to lift a thing in his arms. "Harry," Sirius said, "Sirius, I have been watching you all year. I have seen you run. I have not seen anyone run that way since I do not know when. It is a thing I have not, in our long family, ever seen done. You are doing a thing I do not have a name for, and I love you for it, and I am sorry, and I have to go, and I will come back. Do you understand me, Harry? Yes. You can come live with me. After I have cleared this, I will get a house. We will have a house. Yes. You hold on to that for me. Do you hear me, Harry? You hold on to that for me. You do not let it go." "I won't." Sirius set him down. Sirius mounted the hippogriff and rose into the air. Harry watched him go. Hermione beside him said quietly, "He will come back." "I know. You are crying." "I know," said Harry, who had not in any year of his life cried at a thing he had wanted, only ever at things he had been hurt by. And the crying on the bank of the lake in the late dusk of his 3rd year was a thing he made a small, careful note of, in case it ever happened again. The Triwizard Tournament was a thing the school did once a generation, and the school in the first feast of Harry's 4th year did it. The fact that Harry's name came out of the goblet on a piece of parchment that had not, by any process Harry had personally been involved in, been put into the goblet, was a thing Harry noted with the resignation he was developing as a default setting. The fact that he was now, by the rules of an old international magical contract, required to compete in the tournament was a thing he noted with a particular kind of resignation that had a brisk, dry word for itself, which was, of course. Hermione brought the folder to the Gryffindor common room that night. "I have," Hermione said, "a working theory about how your name got in the goblet. I have a working theory about who. I have a working theory about why. We are going to talk about all 3. Sit down, Harry. Eat a chocolate. Ron, stop looking at me like that." "I'm not looking at you like anything," said Ron, who, by the second feast of 4th year, was looking at Hermione like quite a lot of things, several of which Hermione had so far declined to comment on. They sat. They talked. The folder in the talking grew by 12 pages. The first task was a dragon. The dragon was, in the way dragons were, a very large reptile with very bad opinions about being approached, and the 4 champions on the morning of the first task were given the choice of which of 4 dragons to fight by drawing miniatures from a velvet bag. Harry drew a Hungarian horntail. The Hungarian horntail had a tail with horns on it, the way the name would have suggested, and the tail, in the practice ring the Triwizard staff had set up, had been observed to remove a tree from the ground at a swing. He stood in the tent. The tent was the holding area for champions. Diggory was at the other end of the tent, looking at a mirror, fixing his hair in the calm, methodical way of a boy who had not previously had to fight a Hungarian horntail, and had decided to face the situation with at least an even part. Krum was sitting on a bench. Krum's face was composed. Fleur was pacing. The pacing was not the pacing of a girl who was scared. It was the pacing of a girl who had a strategy. Harry stood with his back to the tent wall and he did not pace. He had, before coming into the tent, been to see Hagrid. Hagrid had told him the dragon was a dragon, and you fought dragons, Harry, not by being bigger than them, you couldn't be, and not by being stronger than them, you couldn't be, and not by being meaner than them, you didn't want to be, but by reminding them that there were better things to be doing with the morning. Harry had taken the advice without entirely understanding it. He had then gone to the library and read 3 short pages on Hungarian horntails, and the 3 pages had said, in summary, "Do not engage at close quarters and do not let it see you stop moving." "Hey, kid," Bari said. "Yeah, you're not going to summon a broom. I'm not going to summon a broom. You're going to run. I'm going to run. You're going to run wide, kid. You go wide, you go around it twice. You let it think you're not where you are. You take the egg. You don't engage. You don't try to slow it down. You don't try to do anything to it. The dragon is a mom. There are other eggs in the nest. You take the gold one. You leave. I know, you all right. I'm all right. You're going to be on television, kid. You're going to be on television in front of half the wizarding world. You ready for that? Not really. Yeah, you'll be all right." The cannon fired. Harry walked out of the tent. He walked into a stadium full of people. The people, when they saw him, made a noise. The noise was the kind of noise a stadium full of people makes for a small, skinny boy with a wand who is walking, very calmly, toward a dragon. He did not look at the people. He looked at the dragon. The dragon looked at him. He ran. He did not run at the dragon. He ran around it in a wide spiral, the way he had run at Quirrell 3 years before. He ran wider the second time around. The dragon's head on its long neck turned and turned and turned, and the neck, after the second loop, did not entirely turn cleanly anymore. The way a neck does not entirely turn cleanly when it is being asked to track something the eye is no longer keeping up with. Harry tightened the spiral on the 3rd loop. He came in at the nest from the side away from the head. He took the gold egg off the top of the clutch the way a child takes a marble off the top of a pile of marbles. He ran out. The whole event, by the official Triwizard timekeeper, lasted 9 seconds. The crowd, when it caught up with the event, did not know what to do with its noise. The crowd had been prepared to scream. The crowd had not been prepared to scream so quickly, and the screaming, when it came in a confused, stuttering wave, and the announcer, whose name was Bagman, said into the magnifier, And well, Harry Potter has the egg. Yes, Harry Potter has the egg. I am told the official time was 9 seconds. That cannot be right. I am told the time is correct." In the holding tent afterwards, Krum sat down on the bench next to Harry. Krum was a boy of few words. Krum looked at the gold egg in Harry's hand and at Harry's face, and at his own broomstick leaning in the corner that he had been planning to use, and Krum said in his thoughtful, careful English, "How? I run. You run. From the start of the run to the egg in 9 seconds. Yes. This is not in any of the textbooks of any of the 3 schools a thing students do. I know." Krum considered him. Krum, who was a boy who had been 17 the entire time Harry had been a child, looked at Harry the way an older boy looks at a younger boy who is going to have a difficult life. "You are a strange person, Potter." "I know." "Good. I think it will be useful to you, the strange. I am happy to know you. Eat something. Crumb got up. Crumb went to find Fleur. Harry in the tent opened his hand, looked at the egg, and decided not for the moment to think about what was inside it. The Yule Ball was a problem he could not run from. The Yule Ball was a problem he could not run from because the Yule Ball was a problem that had been built, by ancient school decree, around a series of very small interpersonal proximities, and Harry's speed was a thing useful only on the larger scale. He had spent 4 years learning that small proximities were, in his life, the more difficult ones, and the Yule Ball, on the night of the 25th of December in his 14th year, asked him to participate in the most elaborate small proximity he had ever encountered. He had asked Parvati Patil because Parvati Patil had been, of the available options in his class, the one who had said yes. He had asked her at the speed of a boy who had been told by Hermione that the asking would not, statistically, get easier the longer he waited, and Parvati had said yes at the speed of a girl who had given up on whether the asking was going to be a romantic asking. The ball happened. He danced badly with Parvati for one dance. He watched badly at the edge of the room for the rest of the night. He saw Crumb and Hermione together on the floor in the middle of the third song, and the seeing was an event he made a small careful note of, the way he made small careful notes of all events that did things to his lightning he had not expected. Hermione found him at the edge of the room toward midnight. Hermione had blue robes on, and her hair by long study in a state Harry's eye had not previously observed it in, and Hermione, on coming up to him, said, "Harry." "Hermione, you are at the edge of the room. I am at the edge of the room. You can't outrun this, Harry." He looked at her. He thought of the curb in August. He thought of Aunt Petunia's mouth across the playing field. He thought of Hermione on the train compartment with her toad search suspended. He said, "I know." She looked at him. She did not say anything for some seconds. She did not, he noticed, put her hand out the way she had on the train. She did not need to. He had taken her hand on the train, and it was a thing they had done, and they had done it once, and they did not need to do it again to remember they had done it. She said, "Crumb is a good dancer." He is. He is, in particular, a good dancer for a person who is interested in talking about books at the end of the dance. I can imagine. You owe Parvati a better dance. I owe Parvati an apology mostly. That also. He went and gave Parvati an apology. He did not dance the better dance. He did, however, sit with her at the small table and listen, for some time, to the things she had to say about her sister and her sister's dress, and the listening was a thing he found, with practice over the course of an hour, that he could do, and the doing was a thing he made another small careful note of. "Hey, kid," Bari said, very late, when the ball had emptied and Harry had retreated to a corridor outside. "Yeah. You did all right. I did badly. You did all right. Doing badly at a thing the first time is not the same as doing badly. It's only the same as not having done it before. I want to go home. I know." The second task was a lake. The lake had, on the morning of the second task, 4 hostages bound in long chains at its bottom. The chains, by ancient triwizard agreement, attached to 4 people, the 4 champions had been given by the rule's own writers, the most reason to want back. Hermione, by the long, unsubtle inference of the school's gossip, was Crumb's, and Ron, by the equally unsubtle inference, was Harry's, and the morning of the task was the morning Harry registered, in his own slow private fashion, that this had become a thing the world expected to be true. He went into the water. He had not, in his preparations, used the gillyweed Neville had quietly handed him. He had taken the gillyweed. He had thanked Neville. He had then set the gillyweed on the bedside table because he had thought, and Hermione had thought, and Bari in his head had thought, that a thing as kinetic as he was had no need of a magical breathing aid. He could move faster than oxygen needed to be processed. He could. He was wrong about the water as it happened. He was wrong about the water in the way that he was occasionally wrong about a thing the lightning had not yet had reason to teach him about, which was that water resisted, and water at the speed he had been planning to enter it at was a wall the consistency of stone. He bounced off the surface of the lake the first time. He revised. He went in slower, at a speed water was prepared to part for, and the lake in courtesy parted, and Harry was, for the next 2 minutes, the fastest thing the lake had ever had in it. He was the only champion to reach the hostage circle in under 3 minutes. He did not, on reaching the circle, take only Ron. He took Ron. He took Hermione, who was Crumbs. He took the small French girl, who was Fleur's. He took the young Hogwarts boy, who was Cedric's. He had not asked permission. He had simply, in the long stretched second of arriving at the circle, decided that the rule of leaving 3 of the 4 hostages in the cold of the lake to push the timing of the contest into a more decorous window was a rule he was not going to honor. He cut the chains. He took all 4. He surfaced. The judges, on the surface, made the noises judges make when a champion has not done a thing the contest had been designed to require him to do, and the judges, after a long argument among themselves involving paper and a centaur, awarded him second place, on a technicality involving the unauthorized rescue of 3 hostages who had not been his to rescue. He took the second place. He sat with Ron on the dock with a towel around his shoulders. Ron was alive. Ron was eating a treacle tart. Ron, after some time, said around the tart, "Mate, the little French one, you didn't have to. She was cold. She was cold. She was 8, Ron, all right. And Cedric was, if Cedric had not made it back in time, all right, mate." Hermione, on the other side of him, said nothing. Hermione, on the other side of him, set her hand briefly on his arm in a small, efficient gesture, and Harry, who had spent 4 years filing all such small, efficient gestures, filed this one carefully too. The third task was a maze. The maze had been grown over the Quidditch pitch by Hagrid in the 4 months between the second and third tasks, and the maze, on the night of the task, was a thing of high black hedges with passages so narrow only one person at a time could go through. And the passages had been, by Bagman and the other organizers, populated with several creatures and several puzzles and several rooms in which the laws of the inside were not the laws of the outside. Harry, in the maze, ran. He ran the way Bari had taught him to run since the graveyard had locked his speed, which was to say, with a small, careful internal restraint, with the lightning held just under a particular threshold. Because Bari, in the days after the graveyard, had said, "Kid, you ran the curse out of yourself, and it was the right thing to do. But it was a thing you only do once a year, and your nervous system needs a year to forgive you for it." So Harry, in the maze, ran without ever quite running. He found Cedric in the maze. He found Cedric, alive this time, fighting an acromantula that was the size of a small horse. He helped Cedric. Cedric, when the acromantula was off both of them, looked at Harry the way a boy looks at another boy who has, in a long tournament, kept saving his life. "Take it together," Cedric said. "What? The cup, take it together, we will both win." "Cedric, both of us, Harry, both of us, I will not take it without you. You have rescued me 3 times now. We take it together." Harry, who had not in his life been offered a thing, looked at Cedric. The lightning in him very quietly said, "Take the cup yourself, kid, take the cup yourself. I know, Bari, I know, but yeah, I know, kid, yeah." Harry took Cedric's hand. They walked together to the cup. They reached out together. They took it. The graveyard was not a thing he wanted to remember in the years after, but in the years after, he remembered the graveyard exactly. The cup, when his hand and Cedric's hand had touched it together, had moved them both at the speed it had been built to move people at, and the speed was not Harry's speed. The speed was something arranged. It put them down in a graveyard at night with old crumbling stones and a cauldron and a hooded thing on the ground that was, Harry recognized in the moment of seeing it the same thing he had seen on the back of Quirrell's head. Cedric, beside him, was saying, "Harry, what is this?" The thing on the ground spoke. The thing on the ground said, "Kill the spare." A short, ugly man with a blade and a wand stood up from behind a tomb. The man pointed the wand at Cedric. The man said the green word. The light came out of the wand. Harry, in the moment between the word and the light, was almost fast enough. He was almost fast enough because almost fast enough was a description that, in some dim corner of him, had always been the most honest description of his life. He took 2 strides towards Cedric. He raised one arm. He had time, by the count he was learning to do in the lightning, to catch the green light at the wand's tip and put his own body between the light and Cedric. He did not. He was almost fast enough. He was a hand's breadth from Cedric when the light arrived at Cedric, and Cedric, who had time in the half-second to look at Harry with a question on his face that the question had not been finished in time to ask, fell. Harry caught him before the body hit the ground. He set Cedric down on the dirt of the graveyard. He did not look at Cedric's face. The short, ugly man by then was binding him to a stone with ropes that came out of the man's wand, and the ropes, when they touched Harry's wrists, did not let his wrists be in any other places. Harry pulled. The ropes held. Harry tried to soak. The ropes held. The ropes were not, he understood, ordinary. The ropes were doing to his speed what the cold of the Dementor had once done to his joy, which was to say preventing the speed from being a thing he could move through the world with. The cauldron behind him did its work. The thing in the cauldron grew. The thing in the cauldron was a man when it stood out of the cauldron, with no nose and red eyes and a thin white skin that did not fit a face. And the man, when the man saw Harry against the stone, smiled. The smile was a slow, patient smile. The smile said, "Ah," the smile said, "I have wondered about you." The smile said, "Lucius's son writes me letters about you, about the way you run. There are," the boy writes, "small impossible accomplishments to your name. You will," the smile said in a voice that was the same voice Harry had heard once across a great hall, "tell me how it is done." Harry, against the stone, made the dry, quiet adjustment of his face that he made when he had decided that a person was a fraud. He did not say anything. The man with the smile pointed the wand. The man with the smile said the second word, the long one, the word that had a curse in the middle of it that did not kill but made the body remember every nerve at once. And the curse landed on Harry, and Harry, against the stone, with the speed locked away behind the rope, did not have anywhere to put the pain. He screamed. He screamed the way, on the train at the beginning of his 3rd year, his mother had screamed in the cold of the Dementor. The man with the smile let the curse go on for some seconds. Then the man with the smile lowered the wand. The man with the smile said in the imperious old patient voice, "Now, the egg in your chest. Tell me how the egg works, boy." Harry, against the stone, breathed. He did not have the breath to answer. He had the breath to think. He thought in the slow, careful way he had taught himself to think under Hermione's attention that the man with no nose did not yet know what the egg in his chest was. The man with no nose had a guess. The guess was wrong. The man with no nose thought the egg was a piece of magic. The egg was not a piece of magic. The egg was Bari, he thought. "Don't tell." "Hey, kid," Bari said very quietly. "Yeah. You're going to live through this. Listen to me. You're going to live through this. The rope's the problem. We're going to deal with the rope. I need you to do something. You hear me? I hear you. The pain you're carrying, it's a curse. The curse is in your nervous system. The curse is everywhere in the nervous system at once. We're going to run it out. Not out of your body, kid, through. We're going to run it through. You've never run through your own body before. We have 10 seconds. You ready? Yes. Now Harry ran. He did not run in the visible world anywhere. The ropes held. He ran in the small interior world of his nervous system, the same way he ran in any room of his life. And the run he made in the interior of himself moved the cursed bane through every nerve in his body in the order of his choosing, and out the other side, and out of him, in a single thin, clean shudder that he did not understand the mechanism of, but that the lightning inside him knew the way a river knew its own bed. The pain went out. The man with the smile watching him said, "What?" Harry opened his eyes. The ropes were still on him. The pain was off him. The lightning was in him at a hum he had not in his life allowed it to hum at this volume. He thought, "Bari, yeah, now what? Now kid, we get out. The cup is by the spare, you have to get to the cup, you take the spare with you. You take the spare home so the spare's father can have the spare home. You hear me, I hear you." He ran inside the rope. He ran the friction of his own arms up the rope, and the rope, which had been built to hold a wizard who could not produce friction at the molecular scale, came apart in a small puff of smoke. He ran for the cup. He ran for Cedric. He took Cedric's wrist. He took the cup. Behind him, the man with the smile, half a heartbeat slow, screamed. The cup pulled. The graveyard was no longer where Harry was. He sat with Cedric's body on the lawn of the tournament for some time before anybody came. The first to reach him was Cedric's father. The second was Dumbledore. The third was McGonagall. The crowd, after that, did not arrive in any particular order. Harry did not get up. He sat with his hand on Cedric's shoulder, the way he had set Cedric's body down, and he watched the crowd watch him without entirely watching the crowd back. Cedric's father knelt. Cedric's father said one word, which was Cedric's name, and the word came out broken. Harry, on the grass, said, "I am sorry, I am sorry, I am sorry." He said it 3 times. He said it 3 times because he did not have, in his body or his speed or his lightning, anything else he was permitted to give to the man whose son he had not been fast enough for, and because the saying of the word in the moment of saying it was the only thing his voice was permitted to do that did not feel like a lie. "Hey, kid," Bari said, much later, in the empty hospital wing in the dark, after Madame Pomfrey had given him a sleeping draught he had not, in fact, drunk. "Yeah. You can't outrun death. I know I tried, I know." The voice was warm, the voice was tired. The voice was in the dark of the hospital wing, the voice of a man who had carried this particular grief for a long time, and was now setting it down beside the cot of a 14-year-old who had just acquired one of his own. "Who are you?" A very long pause. A pause so long that Harry, on the cot in the dark, did not know whether he was awake for the answer or had already begun to fall asleep, and either was acceptable to him. "Just a guy who ran fast, kid," the voice said. "Tell me your name." Another pause. "I will," the voice said. "I promise, I will, soon." Harry closed his eyes. He slept. In the graveyard on the night the cup put them down, Harry had time, in the moment between the saying of the green word and the arrival of the green light, to decide who he was. It was a thing he later thought, in the months after, was the most important moment of his life, and one he could not, in the months after, fully account for. The lightning had given him the moment. The lightning had given him a sliver of time of approximately the kind he was used to being given when something needed deciding. And Harry, in the sliver of time, had not decided to push Cedric out of the way, and he had not decided to step in front of Cedric, and he had not decided, exactly, to do nothing. He had decided that whatever he did would not be enough. It was the deciding that had been, in the months after, hardest. The deciding had been hardest because the deciding had been a thing he had not, until that moment, suspected he was capable of. He had spent 4 years believing that the lightning was always enough. He had spent 4 years believing that a sufficient quantity of speed was, in any room, the answer to any problem, and he had been in the graveyard, given the data on which the belief had been incorrect. And the data was that some rooms were faster than he was, and the rooms had names. The room had had Cedric's name in it. The room had taken Cedric. He thought about this often in the autumn of his 5th year, which was the autumn after the tournament. He thought about it on the long, quiet nights when the common room had emptied. He thought about it during charms, when he was supposed to be thinking about charms. He thought about it on the way to Quidditch practice, which he had stopped, by that autumn, attending. He thought about it when Hermione brought him a sandwich at the table in the empty afternoon classroom and set it down beside the folder without asking him to eat it. And he ate it anyway, because Hermione's hand had set it there, and Hermione's hand was, by then, a thing his lightning had decided about. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5. The voice the summer between 4th and 5th year was a long quiet ditch in Harry's life that he afterwards had trouble remembering the shape of, except that during it, Aunt Petunia had been more careful with him than she had ever been, and Vernon had been louder, and Dudley had been somewhere else for most of the summer at a thing called a youth boxing camp from which Dudley returned with a bruised eye and an expression Harry, who had been studying expressions on Dudley for 14 years, could not place. He did not run that summer. He sat in his room, a room now, not a cupboard, ever since the long, quiet correction the family had made to his living arrangements after the events of the previous summer, and he sat at the window and he did not run. He read. He read the books from the school list, and he read the books from Hermione's letter, and he read, twice, a small old book Sirius had sent him in a brown paper parcel, and the small old book had no title on the spine, and inside the cover it had, in handwriting Harry recognized as his godfather, the inscription, "In case you ever want to know." The book, when Harry opened it, was a collection of clippings from American newspapers from the year 1880, of which the central clipping concerned a man called James Halstead of the New Mexico Territory, who had once been seen by 12 witnesses to outrun a steam train, and the article ended with the man's name and the date of his death. Harry read the article. He set the book down. He set the book on his bedside table. He opened the window and the late August air came in, and he sat on the bed and watched it come. "You read it, kid," Bari said very gently after a long time. "Yeah, you all right." "Yes. Take your time," said Bari, who was learning, in the years now passing between them, to take his own. Dolar's Umbridge was a small pink woman in a small pink cardigan, and she had been sent to Hogwarts by a ministry that had decided, in the long afterwards of the events of 4th year, that the school had been doing too much without supervision, and the ministry had decided to do the supervising in person. She did not, in his first lesson, like Harry. She did not like Harry because Harry had said, in the public press over the summer, that Voldemort had returned, and she had said, in her own public statements, that Voldemort had not returned, and one of these statements had to be wrong, and it was the policy of her ministry that the wrong one had to be Harry's. He sat in her class. He listened to her, in her sweet small voice, explain that they would not, this year, be practicing defensive spells. He listened to her explain that the syllabus would be theoretical. He listened to her explain that the world outside the school was a safe and well-managed place, and that the children had no need of more than the theoretical understanding of dangers that did not, in any practical sense, exist. He raised his hand. He did not for some time get called on. When she did call on him, she called on him with the particular small voice that meant the call was a trap. "Yes, Mr. Potter. You said Voldemort has not returned." "I said," she said, "that the ministry has not at this time received credible evidence of any such return. We will not be using that name in this classroom, Mr. Potter. He killed Cedric Diggory, Professor. Cedric Diggory's death was a tragic accident. He killed him in front of me, Professor. Mr. Potter, you will see me after class." He saw her after class. He saw her after class for the next 8 nights. The detention was, by her arrangement, a long quiet sitting at a small desk with a quill and a piece of paper, and he was to write in the quill a sentence she had set him, and the quill, which was a particular quill of her own design, drew its ink from the back of the writer's hand by the instrument of carving the letters of the sentence into the skin. The sentence she said him was, "I must not tell lies." He wrote it the first night 6 times. The cuts on the back of his hand were small and clean. He looked at the cuts. He looked at her. She was at her desk sipping tea. He thought in his small, private, internal voice that the cuts were, by his lightning standards, slow. He waited until the 7th sentence. He sat at the small desk and he held the quill, and at the moment the quill bit, he ran. He ran inside the small, disciplined zone the lightning had opened in him for the curse in the graveyard. He ran the cut up his arm and across his shoulder and out the top of his head and out of him entirely, and the cut, on the back of his hand, healed in the time the cut had taken to be made. He wrote the sentence again. He cut, he healed, he wrote it again, he cut, he healed. He sat in her detention for 2 hours, and at the end of the 2 hours his hand was on inspection, clean. She came to his desk. She took the paper, she looked at the paper. There were on the paper 2,000 iterations of "I must not tell lies" in his small, careful handwriting. There were on the back of his hand no marks. None. She looked at him. "Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor. Show me the back of your hand." He showed her. She looked at the back of his hand for a long second. She looked at the back of his hand longer than she had been planning to. She looked at the back of his hand and at his face and at the quill and at the back of his hand again, and her small pink mouth by the second viewing was a tighter, smaller pink, and she said, in a voice that had less of the sweet in it now, "Same time tomorrow night, Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor." He went to the dormitory. He showed Hermione the back of his hand at breakfast the next morning. Hermione, on inspection, took out the folder and made a long, careful entry and said, with the brisk, efficient flatness she reserved for Hermione's most pleased moments, "She has been carving the sentence into how many other people? I do not know. I will find out." Hermione: "Yes. Be careful. I am always careful." "I know," said Harry. "Be more careful." She was, in the way Hermione was careful, which was to say with a folder of observations and a chain of small, disciplined inquiries. By the end of October she had a list of names. By the middle of November she had presented the list to Harry in the empty afternoon classroom with the calm professional finality of a researcher reading the conclusion of a paper. She said, "We are going to teach them ourselves." Hermione: "We are defense, the practical, the thing she will not. We will teach the school. We will teach it in secret. We will use a room I have read about in a footnote in Hogwarts, a revised history which I will, by Christmas, have located. You will lead it. I will administer it. Ron will eat snacks at the back. Will I what? Lead it. You are the only person in this castle who can lead it, Harry. The others know they would be safer if you led it. The others know it the way a man in a fire knows where the door is." He looked at her. He thought in his small, quiet way that she was not wrong, but that being told she was not wrong was not the same as wanting to be told. "All right," he said. "Good," said Hermione, and she shut the folder. The room of requirement, by January, was Hermione's room. It was Hermione's room not in the legal sense, because Hogwarts did not, in any sense, have legal arrangements for its rooms. It was Hermione's in the way the empty afternoon classroom on the 3rd floor had become Hermione's in the long, quiet years of empty afternoons. The room had assembled itself, on first asking, into a long stone hall with practice dummies along one wall and bookshelves along the other, and at the far end, a single tall mirror whose presence Hermione had not asked for, and whose presence Hermione had not, on observing, removed. "Why did the room give us a mirror?" Ron had said. "I do not know," Hermione had said. "Perhaps the room has its own opinions." "I'll cover it up." "Don't. The room has shown us a mirror because the room thinks we will want one. If you cover it, the room will only put it back." The room, Hermione had told Harry one Saturday in February, was a thing she had been studying in private for some weeks. and her working theory was that the room was less a room and more a kind of slow, patient intelligence. The way Hogwarts itself was a kind of slow, patient intelligence. And the room had decided about Harry the way the lightning had decided about Harry, which was to say with a particular steady attention. The room in any session of Dumbledore's army gave Harry exactly the equipment he needed and nothing he did not. The room, Hermione had said, watched. He led the meetings. He led them the way the lightning had taught him to lead in a room, which was to say without leading. He stood at the front. He demonstrated a spell. He let the others practice. He walked among the others slowly at the speed at which he could see what they were doing without their feeling watched. He corrected at the elbow. He nudged the wrist. He said, in the small, dry voice he had been developing under McGonagall's tutelage, the small private compliments that turned a 14-year-old's bad incantation into a 14-year-old's reasonable incantation. Ginny, on the third week, made a patronus. Ginny's patronus was a horse. It came out of her wand and it stood in the room and it nodded at her, as if to confirm a thing she had been working out about herself, and it went. Ginny looked at Harry. Harry looked at her. He did not have in him the words. He gave her a small, careful nod the way McGonagall had given him a small, careful nod 3 years before in a corridor. And Ginny, who had lived with brothers her whole life and understood the vocabulary of small nods better than most, returned it. By March, 28 students had a patronus. By April, the inquisitorial squad had begun to follow him in the corridors, and Harry in the corridors had begun the particular discipline of being followed. The discipline had 2 parts. The first was to walk slowly, and the second was to time exactly the moment in which to slip. Slipping, when done correctly, made the follower forget where the followed had been a moment earlier, and slipping, by Harry's accounting, was, of all the small uses of his lightning, the one that gave him the most quiet pleasure. The inquisitorial squad by the end of April gave up. He fell twice in the spring. The first fall was on a Tuesday in March, on the staircase between the 2nd and 3rd floors, when his foot, which had been doing what feet do in the long, careful absence of his attention, did not, on the 7th step, find the 7th step. He went down. He went down for the length of 2 steps, which was not in his count very far, and he caught himself on the railing and he stood up, and he carried on up the staircase. He told nobody. The second fall was on a Friday in April, in Charms, when his hand, which had been raising itself to volunteer an answer to Flitwick, did not in the rising fully participate. The hand went up halfway. The hand went up and forgot to commit to the second half. Flitwick, who had seen it, called on someone else without comment. Harry, after the lesson, sat in the empty afternoon classroom for some time. "Hey, kid," Bari said. "Yeah, you're tired. I am tired. You are tired in a way that is not the way tiredness has previously presented to you. I know. It is the lightning, kid. The lightning, when you push it the way you pushed it at the Vale, costs. You have not in the month since paid the cost. The cost is starting to be paid. I know, you'll be all right, you will, but you have to slow down, eat the kippers, sleep 2 hours longer. Tell Hermione, who will know already, but tell her so that she does not have to be the one to tell you. I know. Hey, kid. Yeah. You did not lose Sirius because of slowness. You lost Sirius because there is one direction. Don't be angry at the lightning for being what it is. The lightning loves you the way a thing that has been with you for 15 years loves you. Don't be angry at the love because the love did not have hands. I am not. Yes, you are. Just a little. That's all right. I am too. He told Hermione that evening. He told her in the empty afternoon classroom with the folder open between them, and he told her in the small, quiet voice he had developed for telling her the parts of himself he did not have any other words for, and Hermione, when he had finished, did not write anything in the folder. Hermione closed the folder. Hermione set the folder on the table. Hermione looked at him for a long second. She said, "Harry, we are going to fix this. I know, I mean it. I know. I have been reading about James Halstead. I know. He died at 31 because he ran out of body to pay the lightning with. The lightning is not by its own design ours. The lightning rents the body. The rent has terms. The terms are written somewhere in a book I have not yet found. I am going to find the book. Hermione, yes. You will not find the book. I will find the book. You will not, because the book does not exist. James Halstead's lightning came from elsewhere, and when his elsewhere went home, there was no book. The book of mine has, perhaps, only my voice in it. The book is being written, Hermione, in this room, in the folder, by you and me and Ron and the headmaster. The book has not been written yet. She looked at him. She picked up the folder. She opened it. She wrote on a fresh page in small, severe handwriting the words, "Book not yet written." She closed the folder. "All right," she said. "Then we will write it." He looked at her. He thought, in the long, settled corner of himself that had been, since the train compartment in his 11th year, the corner Hermione had been keeping her hand on, that the world was a large old thing with a great many people in it, and that the people on the whole did not, on first meeting another person, decide to write a book with the other person, and that the small disciplined miracle of his life, the one he had not, in fact, fully appreciated until this moment, was that one girl on a train had once decided to, "Hey kid, yeah Bari, you all right? I am all right. Good. That one is a keeper, kid, I know." The Department of Mysteries was a department in the Ministry of Magic that the Ministry of Magic did not, in any of its public-facing literature, acknowledge the existence of, and the Department of Mysteries had a long stone room in it called the Hall of Prophecy, and the Hall of Prophecy had a shelf in it with a small glass orb on it that had Harry's name on the label. He had been seeing the hall in dreams since the second week of October. He had seen it in the dreams at the speed at which the lightning gave him things, which was to say slowly enough to count the orbs on the shelves, and the orbs in the dreams glowed slightly, and the glow had a shape to it that Harry had, in 3 years of practice in Hermione's empty afternoon classrooms, learned to identify as a shape that was being shown to him by someone else. "Don't go," Bari said in the autumn every time he had the dream. "Don't go, kid. It's bait. I know, you hear me, I hear you." He did in fact hear Bari. He did in fact intend not to go. He did also, on the evening of the 18th of June, which was the evening of his 5th-year defense exam, and the evening of an Umbridge-administered cruciatus on Neville Longbottom in the corridor outside the Great Hall, see in the dream, instead of the hall, a different room, and the different room had Sirius Black in it, and Sirius Black was on the floor, and Voldemort was standing over Sirius Black, and Voldemort's wand was raised. And Sirius Black's face was the face of a man who had been screaming for some time. Harry came up out of the dream off the floor of the defense classroom where he had fallen, with Hermione already over him with the folder open and Ron with his hand on Harry's elbow, and Harry on the floor said, "He's at the ministry." "It is bait, Harry," Hermione said before he could finish the sentence. "It is. You just said." "I know. Harry, he has Sirius." Hermione's face went in the small definite way Hermione's face moved when Hermione had to revise an entire plan in real time, very still. She said, "We will go with you." "You will not." "We will. We are in this folder, Harry. The folder includes us. We are all going." He did not have, in him, the time to argue with her. He had the speed to overrule her, technically, but speed had not, in 5 years, been a thing he was permitted to use against the people who loved him. And Ron was already standing up, and Neville was already in the doorway with his wand out, and Luna Lovegood, who had been the year's quiet additional friend, was already saying in her absent floating voice that the Vistrals would be the most efficient mode of transport. They went. They went on Vistrals. They went as a 6. The Vistrals, for Harry, were visible because of Cedric, and for Luna because of Luna's mother, and for none of the others, although Hermione, riding a Vistral she could not see by holding on to the back of Ron S., made a long, careful set of mental notes. Sirius was not in the Hall of Prophecy. The Hall of Prophecy contained an orb with Harry's name on it, and a great many other orbs with other people's names on them, and 12 men in long, dark cloaks waiting in the aisles. The men, on Harry's arrival, came out of the aisles. The orb on the shelf was lifted by Harry the way a man might lift a thing the room had been built to give him, and the men, when Harry had the orb in his hand, said, in the long, imperious voice of the man at the front, "Give the orb to me, Potter." The man at the front was Lucius Malfoy. Harry, holding the orb, looked at Lucius Malfoy. Harry threw the orb. He threw the orb at the floor, very fast, in the disciplined arc the lightning gave him, and the orb, hitting the floor, broke, and the prophecy inside the orb went into the air as a small ghost voice that said a sentence that Harry, in the arc of the throw, was not in a position to listen to. Then they ran. They ran through the long room. They ran through the next room, which was a room of brains in tanks. They ran through the next, which was a room of clocks. They ran through the next, which was the room that, by the shape of it and the high arch in the middle of it and the ragged pale curtain in the middle of the arch, Harry recognized, with a small, sudden private dread he did not yet have the name for, as the veil. The room, when they entered it, had Sirius in it. Sirius was alive. Sirius was on the high stone tier above the arch with the Order of the Phoenix beside him, Lupin and Tonks and Mad-Eye Moody and Kingsley Shacklebolt. And Sirius, on seeing Harry, raised his wand and made the small, cocky, grinning face Harry had been seeing in his memory for 2 years, and Sirius shouted, "Nice one, James, nice one." He was not James. He was the son of James. Sirius, in the moment, had forgotten the difference. The forgetting was a small kindness Harry, in the moment, accepted. Sirius came down off the tier. Sirius dueled Bellatrix Lestrange, who was the thin, black-haired woman with the tongue at the center of the room. Sirius dueled her well. Sirius dueled her with the laughing, grim grace of a man who had not been let out of his house in a year and was making the most of an evening, and Bellatrix, for 2 long minutes, did not gain on him. Then she did. Then her wand came up. Then her wand made the green word. Then Sirius, behind Sirius, was the veil. Harry, by the veil, ran. He ran the way he had not yet in his life run. He ran past Bellatrix at the speed at which Bellatrix had not yet been at. He ran past Lupin and Tonks and Moody and Kingsley at the speed at which they had not yet been at. He ran towards Sirius along the slow stretched line of the green light. And the line of the green light was, by the lightning's count, a thing he could overtake. And he overtook the green light. And he was, in the long elastic second between the green light and Sirius's chest, with his hand raised, and he ran his hand through the green light. The way he had run a hand through the kitchen door at 8 years old, and the green light in the running did not interact with him, and the green light continued its motion, on its own slow line, and arrived at Sirius's chest a fraction of a second after Harry had passed through the line in the room. Sirius fell. Sirius fell because the green light had not been the only thing in the room going at Sirius. Sirius had been in the middle of dueling Bellatrix. Sirius had been off balance. Sirius had stepped backwards to avoid the next spell after the green word, and the step backwards had been the step into the curtain. Harry, by the curtain with his hand still up, watched Sirius go through. Sirius did not, on the way through, scream. Sirius made, on the way through, the face of a man who had not, until this second, understood the situation. Sirius's face went into the curtain. The curtain swayed. Sirius was no longer in the room. Harry stood by the curtain. He stood by the curtain for a length of time that, by his lightning's count, was a length of time he had not in 5 years taken to do nothing in. He stood. The curtain moved. Hermione, somewhere behind him, was screaming. Lupin, somewhere behind him, was holding Hermione. Bellatrix, somewhere across the room, was laughing, And the laugh was a high cracked laugh that Harry, in the lightning-stretched second, took particular note of for the long, careful future filing of all sounds he would, in some future moment, want to find back. He raised his hand. He raised his hand at the curtain. He thought, backwards. He thought it the way he thought in any room the things the lightning had been listening for. He thought, backwards. He thought, I am going to go backwards. I am going to run inside the curtain. I am going to find the moment in which Sirius stepped backwards, and I am going to put my hand on Sirius's chest, and I am going to push him forwards. I am going to do this, he thought in the next half-second. The lightning did not move. The lightning in him sat very still. Hey, kid, Bari said. Yeah, kid. Listen, I am listening. There is one direction. What? There is one direction. It only goes one way. I am sorry, I can do it. You can't, kid, I have done it. You haven't. The wasp at 4. The hand through the door, the curb. I have done it. You moved sideways, kid. You phased through. You put yourself in places you were not. You did not ever move backwards. The lightning does not move backwards. The lightning is light. The light only goes one way. I am sorry, kid. I am so sorry. I have to. You can't. Harry, by the curtain, pushed. He pushed his lightning at the curtain. He pushed it the way a child pushes a stuck door. He pushed it the way he had pushed it through the kitchen wall to put a belt on a counter neatly looped at 10 years old. He pushed it the way he had pushed it through Quirrell's wrist. He pushed it the way he had pushed it through the curse on his nervous system in the graveyard. The curtain did not respond. The lightning in him slid off the curtain the way water slid off a wall. The lightning in him did not have purchase on this thing. The lightning in him, in fact, was beginning in the pushing to go very strangely quiet, the way a tap goes quiet when the water has been turned off elsewhere. And Harry, by the curtain with his hand against nothing, sat down. He sat down on the floor of the veil chamber. He sat down in the way a thing sits when the thing's legs have stopped knowing what they were for. Hey, kid. He did not answer. Hey, kid, look at me. Look at me. Inside, look at me. He looked. The lightning in his chest was a faint flicker. It was the faint flicker of a thing that had, by long disciplined effort, been used in a way the thing was not constructed to be used. The lightning was tired. The lightning had given everything in it to the running through the green light a moment earlier, and then Harry had asked the lightning to do a thing the lightning was not capable of, and the lightning, in the asking, had quietly sat down beside him. He could not, in the floor of the veiled chamber, run. He could not, by his quick check of his own legs, walk. He could not, by his slower check of his own arms, lift his hand. Lupin's hand on his shoulder came down very gently. Lupin said, in the warm, tired voice Harry would forever after associate with the chocolate on the train at the start of year 3, Harry, get up. We have to go, Harry, get up. Harry could not get up. Lupin, after a moment, lifted him. Lupin lifted him in the calm, careful motion of a man who had carried other broken things in his time. Lupin carried him out of the veiled chamber, and Hermione walked beside them with her face very wet, and Ron walked beside them with his hand on Harry's other arm. In Harry's chest, the lightning very quietly said, I am sorry, kid. I am so sorry. I tried to tell you. Harry did not answer. The headmaster's office that night was lit by candle. Voldemort had left the ministry. Bellatrix had escaped. The order had withdrawn. The ministry, in the long, muddled aftermath, had begun to accept, with the particular slow public reluctance of governments, that Voldemort had returned, and Dolar's umbrage had been removed from the school by a small, disciplined order of centaurs whom Hermione had brought to her office at the most inconvenient possible moment for umbrage. These were facts. These facts had been delivered to Harry by McGonagall on the long, quiet train ride from London. He sat now in a chair by the window in the headmaster's office. The headmaster sat in a chair across from him. The candle between them made the small, considered shape candles make late at night between two people who have been carrying a long secret. The headmaster said very quietly, Harry, I owe you an account, sir. I have known for some years more about the man who saved you on the night your parents died than I told you in March of your first year. Harry in the chair did not move. His name, the headmaster said, is Bari. I have learned this over the past 2 years, by means I will not detail tonight, save to say that I have asked questions of certain very old and very patient sources. He came from a place that is not in our taxonomies a place. He came from a continuation of the world that runs alongside our own. He had in his place been a hero. His full name, Harry, is Bari Allen. Harry, in the chair, did not move for a long second. He did not move because the lightning in him, on the saying of the name, did the thing it had done at the sorting feast on the first night of his first year, which was to go very loud, in the small private way only he could hear. And the going loud this time was the going loud of a friend hearing his own name for the first time in some years from another mouth. "Hey, kid," Bari said very quietly. "Yeah. Old man knows." "Yes. He's good people, I know." The headmaster waited. He waited the way a man waits who has been waiting on this conversation for a long time and is in no hurry now to push it. Harry said, "Thank you, sir, for telling me." "You are welcome, Harry. I have known the first name for some time. I had suspected. I will, I think, learn the rest of him in my own way." "Yes, sir. Yes. Serious." The headmaster closed his eyes for a moment. "Yes, Harry, there is no way." "Number backwards." "No, Harry, there is no way backwards. There never has been. Many of us would have if there were." Harry looked at the candle. He looked at the candle for some time. He let the candle do the small shifting thing candles did when a person was looking at them late at night with too much in him. He said, "Sir, will you tell me his story? Sometime. The man who knew Bari, sometime, not tonight." "I will tell you what I have learned, Harry, whenever you ask." "All right. Go to bed, Harry. Hermione is in the corridor. Ron also. They have been waiting." "Yes, sir." He stood. He could stand now. The lightning by the candle was beginning to come back. The way warmth came back to a finger after a hand had been very cold, and he did not entirely understand the coming back, except that the headmaster's office had something in it that the lightning recognized. He went to the door. He opened it. Hermione was, indeed, in the corridor with the folder closed against her chest. Ron was, indeed, beside her with his hand on Hermione's shoulder. He looked at them. He went to them. He did not say anything. They walked back to Gryffindor Tower together, slowly, the three of them, in the long, quiet after-midnight corridors of the castle. In the dormitory much later, when Ron had gone to sleep and Hermione had gone to her own dormitory and the fire had gone down to embers and the moon, through the high window, was the small late moon of summer. Harry lay on his bed and he said, in the quiet of his own head, "Bari." "Yeah, kid, tell me. What do you want to know? Tell me about Iris." There was in the lightning a long warm pause, the kind of pause a man takes when he has been waiting on this question for a long time too. Iris was a journalist, tough kid, sharp, funny, not afraid of cops. She could swear in 3 languages, which was useful in our line of work. She used to pack me sandwiches for stakeouts. She knew I could outrun a stakeout, but she packed the sandwiches anyway because she said it was the principle of the thing. I loved her like the way you love the person who reminds you to eat. Joe was her father. Joe raised me after my dad couldn't. Joe and I were not blood. Joe and I were the closer thing. Tell me about Central City. Central City was bright. There was a river. The river had a bridge. I used to run across the bridge in the rain because the rain made the asphalt taste sharper and I liked the taste. There was a coffee shop on the corner of 6th and Vine where the woman knew my order before I asked. There was, kid, the smallest, nicest version of a life. It was not a life I had earned. It was a life I had been gifted by people who had decided about me. It was your life. You will, when this is over, have one too. Bari, yeah, I am sorry you died for me. A long pause. Hey, don't carry that. It wasn't a trade. It was, kid, when you see the bad thing, you run at it. That's the rule. I ran at it. You were the kid in the room. I would have done the same for any kid. It is not a debt. It is not a thing you have to spend the rest of your life paying back. You hear me? I hear you. Don't carry it. I will try. I know, Bari. Yeah, kid, stay. I will, kid. As long as I can, I will. He closed his eyes. He did not sleep for a long time. When he slept, he did not dream of the veil. He did not dream of Sirius, although he expected to. He dreamed instead of a bridge over a wide river, and of asphalt in the rain, and of a coffee shop on the corner of 6th and Vine, and of a woman behind the counter who knew his order before he ordered it. And the dream was, in him, the first dream he had ever had that he had been gifted. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6. One Direction. The summer between 5th year and 6th year, Harry slept 14 hours a night. He slept in the small back bedroom at number 12 Grimmauld Place, where the order had moved him after the events at the ministry, and the bedroom had a high old window and a low old bed and a smell to the wallpaper that was the smell of a house that had not, in some time, had children in it. Mrs. Weasley brought him kippers. He ate them. Mrs. Weasley brought him toast. He ate that. Mrs. Weasley, on the third morning, brought him a small carved chess set that had been Sirius's when Sirius was a boy, and Harry, on the receiving, said nothing for some seconds, and Mrs. Weasley, on the saying nothing, set the chess set on the bedside table and went out and shut the door. He slept the 14 hours. The lightning in him slept beside him. By the end of the second week he could walk down a flight of stairs without holding the banister. By the end of the third week he could run. He ran, the first time in the back garden of Grimmauld Place, which had a long, narrow lawn and a high wall at the end of it. He ran the lawn at human speed first. Then he ran it at a slightly more than human speed. Then he ran it the way he had used to run it, and the lightning on the running was rusty in a way it had never previously been rusty, and the rust came off, and Harry, by the end of the lawn, was once again the boy he had been, and it was a thing he made a small, careful private note of, that the boy he had been was not, by his accounting, a boy he was sure he wanted to keep being. "Hey, kid," Bari said on the lawn. "Yeah, you're back. I am back. You don't sound thrilled." "I do not, I think, quite know what I sound. That's all right. I have been there. When, after my mother, the whole year after, I did not for some months know what I sounded. What did you do? I ran, and I ate the kippers, and I sat with the people who wanted to sit with me, and I did every day the next thing, and one day I knew what I sounded again. How long? Long enough that I had given up on the day. Then it came. Harry, on the lawn, sat down in the grass. He sat in the grass for some time. The headmaster found him at Privet Drive in the second week of August. The headmaster did not, in his arrival, knock. The headmaster came up the front walk and, as Harry watched him from the sitting-room window, made the front door open without touching it. Vernon, in the kitchen, made a noise. Petunia, in the kitchen, made a different noise. Dudley, in the sitting-room, looked up from a video game with the air of a young man who had been preparing himself, after the events in the alley the previous summer, to see in his life more things he had not previously been prepared for. The headmaster came into the sitting-room. The headmaster, after some courteous words to the Dursleys that Harry, from his position in the corner of the room, did not entirely follow, sat opposite Harry on the small floral-patterned settee, with his long, thin legs folded as much as they could be, and looked at Harry with the warm, tired attention Harry was, by 6th year, used to. The headmaster said, "Harry, I have this summer been doing a thing I would like your help with." "What thing, sir?" "I have been finding the pieces of Voldemort." The lightning in Harry did the small particular thing it did when a thing in the room was, by its old long instinct, important. The headmaster, in the long light hour Harry afterwards remembered as the most strange and most clarifying hour of his life to date, told him about the things called Horcruxes. The headmaster told him there were 7. The headmaster told him 2 had been destroyed. The headmaster told him there were 5 remaining, and that he, the headmaster, had a theory about each of the 5, and that he, the headmaster, intended to find them, and that he, the headmaster, was now aware that he was, in his aging, slower than he had once been, and would like Harry's help. Harry, on the small floral-patterned settee, listened. He thought, while listening, 2 things. The first thing was that the headmaster was, in the telling him as a peer, and the headmaster's habit, which had been, in earlier years, to tell Harry only what the headmaster believed Harry needed in the moment, had given way, over the past 2 years, to a different practice. The second thing was that the headmaster had been talking, by the count of Harry's careful internal clock, slightly slower than the headmaster usually talked. He looked at the headmaster's hand. The headmaster's right hand on the settee was black at the fingers in a way it had not been at the end of 5th year. "Sir." "Yes, Harry." "Your hand." "Yes, Harry." "What happened, sir?" "A ring, Harry, one of the 5. The ring wished, on being destroyed, to take with it the man destroying it. It nearly did. Severus, with the assistance of certain small, careful interventions, has bought us perhaps a year of further use of me." "A year, sir." "At a guess, Harry, perhaps less, perhaps slightly more. The exact arithmetic is, in these matters, not obliging, sir." "Yes, Harry. Then the work goes faster than a year." The headmaster looked at him. The headmaster looked at him in a way that was not the way the headmaster had looked at him in the long candle-lit conversation in his office at the end of 5th year, but something different, and the difference, Harry thought, was that the headmaster was, for a moment, looking at him not as the boy he was teaching, but as the man he was no longer entirely teaching, and Harry, on the settee, with the lightning quiet in him, returned the look. "Yes, Harry," the headmaster said. "Then it goes faster than a year." The work went faster than a year. Harry ran, that autumn, more than he had run since the long-distance summers of his childhood. He ran from Grimmauld Place to a cave on a coast that took the headmaster a full evening to apparate to. He ran from a cave to a cottage on a cliff. He ran from a cottage to a house in a village. He ran, in 3 weeks of October, between the 4 corners of the British Isles. He ran with the headmaster when the headmaster was present, and when the headmaster was teaching at the school, he ran alone. Hermione, on the 3rd week of October, sat him down in the empty afternoon classroom. "Harry, Hermione, you are again losing weight. I know. You are again sleeping less than you should. I know. We are again going to address it." He looked at her. He thought of the lawn at Grimmauld Place. He thought of the Kippers. He thought of Bari, whose voice in the past 3 weeks he had not on average heard for more than a few sentences a day because his lightning had been on average busy. He said, "I am all right, Hermione." "You are not." "I am by my own measure all right." "Your own measure, Harry, has, over the years, been a measure I have learned to trust on most subjects. On this subject, your own measure is the measure that is wrong. Hermione, we are coming with you." He looked at her. "Ron and I, we are not allowing you to do this alone. Whatever the headmaster has told you, whatever the lightning has told you, you are not, after what we have seen of the cost, going alone. Do you understand me, Harry? He has not asked me to go alone. He will. He will not. Harry, he will not. It is part of what we have agreed. He has, in fact, asked that you come." She blinked. "He has. Yes, both of us. Yes." She did not say anything for some seconds. She did not say anything because, Harry thought, she had in her a different sentence prepared, and the different sentence was no longer needed, and the absence of the sentence was a small, disciplined, private joy on her face. She said, "Then we will come." "Yes." "All right." "And Ron." "Yes." "And eat, Harry." "I will." She passed him the sandwich she had brought. It was, as always, a corned beef sandwich, and she had, as always, gone to the trouble of removing the corned beef, and replacing it with a kind of sandwich Harry did in fact like, on the principle that doing so was, for Hermione, the cleaner way of expressing a thing the words had not, in the years of their acquaintance, exactly sat down to discuss. He ate it. Snape, on the night of the 1st of June, killed the headmaster on the top of the astronomy tower. The killing was a thing Harry had not been able to prevent, despite being, that night, 10 feet from the headmaster, because the headmaster had, by the long, careful preparation of the moment, immobilized Harry under the invisibility cloak with a wand flick and a held promise, and Harry, under the cloak, had watched. He had watched the Death Eaters arrive. He had watched the headmaster stand at the parapet. He had watched the headmaster speak gently to the boy in front of him, who was Draco Malfoy, who was a thin, pale boy with a thin, pale wand and a face that was fighting itself. And Harry had watched the headmaster offer Malfoy a place in the safe keeping of the Order. Harry had watched Malfoy not take the place. He had watched Snape arrive. He had watched Snape's wand come up. He had watched the headmaster look at Snape with the warm, tired attention Harry, in the long 6 years of their acquaintance, had come to understand, and the looking had had in it a thing that the looking had not in any previous year had, which was the way a man looks at another man when the other man is about to do an agreed thing they have in private agreed. He had watched Snape say the green word. He had watched the green light. He had watched the headmaster go off the parapet. The hold on Harry broke at the moment the headmaster's body cleared the parapet. Harry came up out of the cloak. He ran. He ran out of the astronomy tower and down the spiral stair and through the corridor and across the courtyard and after Snape, who had, by the long head start of having walked down the staircase while Harry had been frozen, 20 seconds. Harry, in the courtyard, shut the 20 seconds in 3. He arrived at Snape on the lawn before the front gate. Snape, with Malfoy beside him, was at the line of the school's protective spells, which were the spells Harry could not, even in his lightning, phase through. The spells were not phaseable. The spells were not, in any of the directions Harry's lightning could go in, soluble. Harry, on the lawn, raised his wand. He fired. He fired with his speed. He fired in the long-stretched second the lightning gave him. Snape, in the long-stretched second, batted the spell aside as though batting a fly. Snape, in the long-stretched second, raised his own wand. Snape did not say a word. Snape simply made, at the air between him and Harry, a small, precise gesture, and the air between them became suddenly very thick, and Harry's lightning in it found itself with no purchase, the way Harry's lightning had once found itself with no purchase against the curtain in the veiled chamber. Snape, on the line of the protective spells, looked at Harry. Snape's face was, in the moment, a thing Harry had in 6 years not seen on Snape's face, and the thing was a deep gray weariness, the kind of weariness Harry had in private only ever recognized on the face of one other person, which was the headmaster. Snape said, very quietly, "Run, Potter. Run when there is something that can be done, not when there is not." Then he stepped backwards over the line of the protective spells. Then he was gone. Harry stood on the lawn. He stood on the lawn for some seconds. He did not, in him, have anywhere to put what he was carrying. He was not on the lawn fast enough to outrun what he was carrying. He was not on the lawn slow enough to set it down. He stood, with the wand at his side, with the lightning in him very loud in the small particular way the lightning was loud when it was being asked a question for which there was no answer in the lightning's vocabulary. And he, on the lawn in the soft cold of the late spring night, did not move for some time. "Hey, kid," Bari said. "Yeah, you hold up. I am holding up. You hold up. I am holding up." Behind him, Hagrid had begun to weep. Behind him, Hermione had begun to run toward him, and her running was the running of a girl who had once been a girl in a train compartment with a folder under her arm, and the running, in him, was the closest thing to a clock that had not run out. The autumn of the 7th year was a thing Harry afterwards could not recount in any order. The order in his memory kept shuffling. The order in his memory kept coming up. A tent in a wood, then a beach, then a bank vault on a dragon, then a river, then a tent in a wood again, then a small remote cottage in Wales, then a tent in a wood once more. The lightning in him did not, that autumn, work the way it had worked. The lightning that autumn had begun to take more out of him for less, and Harry that autumn had begun more than once to slow on purpose, because slowing on purpose was the thing Hermione had in the spring asked him to do, and he had begun by the autumn to understand why. Hermione in the tent in October said, "Harry, you are not eating. I know, you are running ahead. I know, you are leaving us behind. I know. Harry, stop." He stopped. He had been about to leave the tent on a small nighttime expedition to a graveyard he had located by reading the back of a postcard sent to Sirius in 1976. He stopped at the tent flap. He turned. Hermione was sitting on the small folding stool with the folder in her lap, and Ron was at the small camping stove warming a pot of soup, and Ron, who had not that month said much about the running ahead, looked up. "Sit down, mate," Ron said, in the colloquial low voice Ron used when something serious was being made into something it did not have to be a fight to be. Harry sat. Ron handed him the bowl of soup. The bowl was tin. The soup was the kind of soup that comes out of a tin, and the tin had been Ron's mother's, and the soup in the bowl was warm. Harry held the bowl. He looked at it. Hermione said, in the brisk, efficient flatness she used when a thing had to be said, "We are going to set rules. All right, you will not run alone past sundown. All right, you will not run past the point where the lightning makes you feel rusty. All right, you will eat before any expedition the soup. All right, you will sleep on alternating nights for at least 8 hours. All right, you will tell us before any decision involving the lightning what you are planning. All right. And you will not, Harry, walk into the forest alone in the dark when the time comes." She said the last sentence in a slightly different voice. She said it in the voice that Harry recognized had been waiting to say the sentence for some weeks. He looked at her. He looked at her for some time. He thought in the small, still corner of himself that Hermione had been, since the first month of their first year, the one who saw him most exactly, and that her seeing him most exactly meant by now that she had seen, before he had fully said it out loud to himself, the shape of the thing he had been quietly preparing for. He said very gently, "Hermione, you will not. Hermione, you will not, Harry." He set the bowl of soup down on the small folding table. He did not, on the saying of what he said next, look at Ron, because looking at Ron in this moment was a thing he could not allow himself to do without losing the small, disciplined evenness in his voice that he needed to keep for his sake and for hers. He said, "Hermione, there is one direction. You taught me that. The lightning taught you that. You wrote it in the folder in the spring. There are 7. There are 5 remaining. 4 of the 5 we will, the 3 of us, take. The 5th is the one I cannot, by the long arithmetic of where the pieces of him went, take with you. The 5th, Hermione, is in me." Hermione did not move. She did not move because she had by then been writing in the folder for 6 months on the topic of him, and she had herself been arriving by the long, careful inferences of the writing at the conclusion that he was telling her now, and the conclusion was, in her, a thing she had been refusing to fully assemble until he said it for her. She closed the folder. She put the folder on the small folding table beside the bowl of soup. She said, "Harry, yes, there is a way. Hermione. There is a way, I will find it. Hermione, there is one direction. There are sometimes, Harry, layers. I have been reading. There are in the old books references to layers. The lightning is a thing that has gone in one direction. The lightning may, in certain instances, have layers. I have been tracing. I have been building a hypothesis. I do not yet have the hypothesis. I will find it. You will not, Harry, walk into the forest alone. We will, by the time the moment comes, have the layer. Do you hear me?" He looked at her. He thought in the long, settled corner of himself that had been hers since the train that loving her required of him, the thing she had been requiring of him the whole night, which was to listen. "All right," he said, "you will let me. I will let you. And you will eat the soup. I will eat the soup." The locket by Christmas was around Ron's neck. The locket around Ron's neck did to Ron what the locket did to anyone who wore it for too long, which was to say a thing that had, on the surface, the structure of Ron's worst private opinions about himself. And Ron, on the night the locket said its worst sentence to him, took the locket off and threw it in a tree and walked out of the tent. He came back 3 weeks later with a sword. The sword was Gryffindor's. The sword was the same one Harry had used on the basilisk in second year. The sword, by Ron's hands, had been pulled out of a pool of black water in a forest in the Forest of Dean, and the water, by Ron's account, had had in it a memory the sword had been keeping for him. Ron stood at the tent flap with the sword, and Hermione, who had not spoken to him for the 3 weeks of his absence, did not speak to him for 30 further seconds, in which Ron stood at the flap and shifted his weight and looked at his shoes. And then Hermione, in the tent, set the folder down and stood and walked to the tent flap and slapped Ron once across the face with the sound of a girl who had been holding the slap in storage for 3 weeks. And then she put her arms around him and did not let go for some time. Harry, by the soup, ate the soup. He ate it slowly. He ate it the way a man at a table watches another man propose to a woman across the room, which is to say without entirely watching and yet entirely watching. "Hey, kid," Bari said. "Yeah, that one. Yeah, took 'em long enough. Yeah, eat the soup. I am." Bill and Fleur's cottage on the cliff in March was a thing Harry remembered afterwards as a single long warm window. The window had on its sill a small jar of spring flowers in seawater, and on the table below the window had been set out, by Fleur's careful patient hands, a series of meals that Harry had not, in any prior year of his life, had set out for him in any kind of series. There was bread. There was butter. There was a soup that was not from a tin. There was a stew. There was a pudding. There was, on the third morning, a quiet kind smiling from Fleur as she set the plate down which Harry, who had given up on classifying the smilings of women some years before, simply let himself receive. He slept in the small back bedroom of the cottage for 4 nights. He slept 12 hours each. The lightning, in the 4 nights, gathered itself in him in a way it had not gathered itself since the long sleeping summer at Grimmauld Place. The lightning, by the 4th morning, had returned to the fullness it had had on the lawn at Grimmauld Place, and by the 4th morning, also Hermione in the kitchen had stopped looking at him with the particular sideways carefulness she had been looking at him with for some weeks. On the morning of the 4th day he sat on the cliff above the sea and watched the gulls work the wind for some hours. "Hey, kid," Bari said. "Yeah, you doing all right? I am doing all right. Good. The cliff is good. You and me on the cliff." "Not bad, we are the only ones on this cliff. I'm here too, I know. Have you ever been to the sea, Bari?" "Once. Iris took me on a long weekend to a coast. There was a beach. The beach had small flat stones for skipping. Iris taught me to skip them. I had to learn at human speed because at the speed I had been doing it the stones had been making 3 skips before they got to the water. We had a fish and chips. We had a pint each. It was, I think, the best 2 days of my life. I was quiet for 2 days. I had not at that point been quiet for 2 days running in 3 years. You should be quiet now. I am quiet now, kid. Yeah, I know. The wind moved on the cliff, through the long grass and somewhere down below. The sea did the small, repetitive, patient work the sea always did, and the lightning in him sat very still and listened with him. The locket, the diadem, the cup, the ring, and the snake. 5 Horcruxes by the headmaster's count, and the headmaster's count had not, in the long quiet hour on the floral-patterned settee at Privet Drive, included the 6th, which had been a thing the headmaster had wanted Harry to come to in his own time and in his own way. The diary had been the second. Harry had broken it himself in the chamber. The ring had been the third. The headmaster had broken it himself at the cost of a year. The locket had been the fourth, and the locket had broken in the small clearing in the Forest of Dean where Ron had pulled the sword out of the pool, and the locket had screamed, and the locket had said, in the screaming, the worst sentences 3 young people had ever heard about themselves, and then the locket had broken. The cup had been the fifth. The cup had been in a vault under London. Hermione, on the morning of the day they had gone to the bank, had been disguised under Polyjuice as Bellatrix Lestrange, and Harry, on the morning, had been disguised under his cloak, and Ron had been disguised as a small, nervous wizard with a large nose, and the 3 of them, on the morning, had gone to Gringotts in the calm way 3 people go to a bank when the bank has, by long arrangement, no idea what is coming. The dragon at Gringotts had, in the long arrangement, been the part the 3 of them had not entirely planned for. The dragon had been at the bottom of the deepest vault row, chained to a rock, blind from too long underground. The dragon had rattled its chains when they had come past. The dragon had, on rattling, seen with its blindness the 3 of them, and the dragon had been, in its long underground misery, exactly the kind of thing Harry's lightning, that morning, had decided about. He had stopped at the dragon's chain. He had stood at the dragon's chain for 2 seconds. He had run his lightning along the chain, the way he had run it through Quirrell's wrist 5 years earlier, and the chain in the running had come apart in a small puff of metal smoke, and the dragon, when the chain had come apart, had blinked its blind eyes and swung its blind head in the long, unfamiliar gesture of a thing that had, after 20 years of being held in place, no longer been held in place. "Harry," Hermione had said. "Get on," Harry had said. They had gotten on the dragon. The dragon, on consideration, had taken them up. The dragon had broken through 3 floors of the bank in its rising. The dragon had taken them out the top of the bank and into the air over Diagon Alley, and the dragon, with the 3 of them on its back, had banked and turned and flown north, and not come down for some hours, and Harry, on the back of the dragon with his arms around the dragon's neck and the cup in his bag, had watched the dragon go faster than he could in his lightning have ever gone, and had, on the back of the dragon, made the small disciplined private note that he was, for once in his life, the slow thing in a moving room. It had been, by his count, the most rest he had had since the cliff. They had broken the cup that night in a forest in the north, with a basilisk fang Hermione had carried in her bag since November. The cup had screamed in a different voice from the locket. The cup had screamed in the imperious old archaic voice Harry had been hearing for 2 years now in his own ears, and the cup, on screaming, had said sentences Harry did not, by any of the disciplines of his speed, intend to ever recall again. He had broken the cup quickly. He had broken the cup quickly because the cup had been, he understood as he was breaking it, the same kind of thing as the thing the headmaster had told him was in him, and the cup, in its breaking, had been a small, careful preparation for the breaking that would, he understood without having yet fully said it to himself, have to come. The diadem in the room of requirement had been the 5th. He had found the diadem on the 2nd of May, in the long rising hour before dawn, on a high black mountain of objects that the room had over the centuries been hiding for the school's children, and the diadem had been a thin tarnished silver band, and the diadem on Harry's hand had been cold in the way certain very old wrong things were cold. Crabbe, in the room of requirement, had set the room on fire. The fire had been a fire Crabbe could not, by his own admission, control, and the fire had been a fire that Harry, on the broom Hermione had called for, had outrun for the length of the long burning room with Ron behind him on the broom and Hermione behind Ron and the diadem in Hermione's hand. They had come out of the room with the fire at their heels. The diadem in Hermione's hand on coming out of the room had been already eaten by the fire, the way the locket had been eaten by the sword and the cup had been eaten by the fang, and the diadem in coming out of the room had broken in Hermione's hand into a small, sad pile of melted silver. 4 destroyed. 2 remaining. The snake was somewhere in the castle. The 6th Harry knew was in him. The dragon at Gringotts, the cave, the diadem, the long, fast, careful months between Christmas and May. Hermione by April had not in fact found the lair. Harry knew that she had not found the lair because Hermione by April had stopped writing in the folder in the part of the folder labeled lair, and had begun writing in the part labeled May Do instead. And the part labeled May Do instead had 3 pages in it that Harry, on a quiet night in April when Hermione had been asleep, had let himself read. The 3 pages contained a careful mapping of the moment in which he would walk into the forest, and a careful mapping of what Hermione thought he would, in the moment, need to do. And the mapping, Harry recognized in the reading, was not the work of a girl who had not found a lair, but the work of a girl who had decided that the loss of him was a thing she would, if it came to it, want him to have in his hand at the end of his hand the cleanest possible map of. He closed the folder. He set it back where she had put it. He went out of the tent and stood in the cold in the woods and watched his breath in the air for some time. "Hey, kid," Bari said. "Yeah, she loves you, I know. She wrote you a map, kid. I know. Use it, I will. You are not going to have to walk into the forest alone, kid. What? You won't be alone, kid. I will be there. I have been there for a while. I will on the night be there. I am the lair. I am the lair she has not found. Don't tell her. She will be angry, but I am the lair. I have been listening. I have been for some weeks in conversation with the lightning. The lightning is in the end willing. Willing to what? Willing to do, on the night, the thing the lightning does. The lightning does not move backwards. The lightning is, however, willing on the night to do for 1 second a thing that resembles a backwards. The thing is not technically backwards. The thing is technically a layer. There are layers. Hermione is right. She has not found the words for the layer because the layer is not in her books. The layer is in me. The layer is what I can do. We are going to do it together. You are going to walk into the forest, kid. He is going to fire the green word. You are not going to die. I am Bari. I died once already, kid. I am not going to mind doing it again. I have been on a holiday with you for 15 years. The holiday has been very good. I am ready to, when the time comes, leave the holiday with my dignity. You will, on the night, do the rest. Bari. Yeah, kid, I love you. Yeah, kid, I love you too. Don't tell Hermione. I won't. He walked into the forest a little before dawn on the morning of the 2nd of May. He walked with the small red stone in his pocket, which was the stone Dumbledore had left him in the snitch, and the stone had, on the long, quiet preparatory walk, begun to glow very faintly the way certain stones glow when they are about to do a thing the room has been built for. He did not look at the stone. He had in him a great many people he could have looked at. By the stone's offer, he had decided not to look. He had in him instead the lightning, and the lightning that morning was full and quiet and ready, the way the lightning had once been on a curb in August in the gold late light. He walked through the dawn forest at human speed. He walked at human speed because the lightning had asked him that morning to walk at human speed, and because the walk, as the lightning understood, was not a thing he was permitted to skip. He came to the clearing. He came to the clearing with the lightning ready in him and with Bari quiet beside him and with the small red stone heavy in his pocket, and he stood in the clearing and he looked at the man at the other end of it, and the man at the other end of it had no nose and red eyes and a thin, patient face that did not fit a face. Voldemort raised his wand. Harry did not raise his. "Hey, kid," Bari said. "We're gonna do something fancy. I know, you ready? I am ready." Chapter 6 In Chapter 7, run out of his time, Voldemort raised the wand. The clearing around them did the small particular thing all rooms had, by Harry's careful long study, done, in the moment before any wand was about to do a thing the room had not been built to receive. The air tightened, the light flattened, the small, ordinary colors of the leaves stepped half an inch back from themselves. Harry, in the clearing, did not move. He did not move because Bari in him had said do not move, and the lightning in him was settled the way the lightning had been settled on the curb in August in the gold late light at 10 years old, and the settledness in him was the closest thing he had, in his whole life, ever come to peace. Voldemort said the green word. The green light came. The green light came down the long stretched length of the room, the way the green light had come down the long stretched length of the graveyard 4 years before, and Harry, on the way the green light came, had time by the lightning's count to do 3 things. The first thing was, he did not stop the light. The second thing was, he did not move out of the path of the light. The third thing was, he ran. He ran, internally, the way Bari, on the train from the cliff at Bill and Fleur's, had been describing in the long, quiet preparatory weeks. He ran through himself. He ran the molecules of himself faster than the molecules of himself were used to being run. He ran them by the speed Bari had taught him, into the particular state where the molecules were no longer a wall the green light could break against. He vibrated. The green light arrived. The green light, on arriving, did not break against him. The green light, on arriving, found that there was, in him, a space that the green light could pass through, and the green light, in passing through, did not interact with him at the level the green light was used to interacting with people, and the green light, on the far side of him, did not yet know that the passing through had taken with it the small, dark sixth piece of Voldemort that had been living in him since he was an infant. The green light went out the back of him. The small, dark sixth piece of Voldemort, which had been living in him since he was an infant, came out of him with the green light. The small, dark sixth piece of Voldemort, freed from him in the small, careful surgical work the lightning had done in the second of the green light, was burned at the edge of him by the friction of his own vibrating, and the small dark sixth piece of Voldemort, in being burned, made the high thin shrieking noise that the smear in the cottage had made on the night Bari had run into its path, and the high thin shrieking noise scattered into the dawn forest and was gone. Harry, in the clearing, did not fall. He stood. He stood with the lightning very loud in him. He stood with the green light still in the air on the far side of him. Voldemort lowered the wand. Voldemort, by the long, careful ritual of the casting, had not been looking at Harry at the moment the green light had hit. Voldemort, in the way of all wandsmen of his discipline, had by training looked at the wand at the moment of the casting, and so Voldemort, on lowering the wand and looking up, found himself looking at a boy who was, by the rules of any wand discipline Voldemort understood, a boy who should not, in any reasonable physics, still be standing. Voldemort looked at him. Voldemort said, in the long, slow voice Voldemort used at moments which had not gone according to a plan, "Potter." "Yes," Harry said. He did not raise his wand. He did not need to. The Battle of Hogwarts was a thing which had begun by the time Harry walked back out of the forest 2 hours earlier, and the battle in the time Harry had been in the forest had killed 157 people, of whom Harry, on his return to the castle, had no way of yet knowing the names. He came up out of the forest at human speed with Voldemort's body on the ground behind him. He did not have, in him, the time to consider Voldemort's body in any detail. He had walked after the green light across the clearing to where Voldemort was, and Voldemort, who had been knocked back by the rebound of the green light into a tree, was alive but stunned, and Voldemort's wand had been on the ground, and Harry, on the clearing, had picked up the wand and broken it in two. He had left Voldemort's body where the body was. He had walked back through the forest at human speed. He had walked at human speed because the lightning on the clearing had asked him to, and because the lightning had told him what would happen next, and what would happen next was a thing he wanted to walk into, not run into. The castle, when he came up over the lawn, was on fire in two places. The great hall doors were open. There were people on the steps. The people on the steps, on seeing him, made a noise. The noise, Harry observed in the small, quiet way he had observed all noises in his life, was the noise the school made when the school had not been certain a thing was true and was in the moment of finding out it was. He came up the steps. He came into the hall. The hall was full of bodies. He saw Fred first. Fred had been laid out at the end of the Gryffindor table. George and Mr. Weasley and Mrs. Weasley were around the body. Mrs. Weasley was on the floor with her hand on Fred's hair. George was on a bench, not moving. Mr. Weasley had his arm around George. Harry stopped at the table. He stopped at the table because there was, in him, no speed in the world that was going to allow him to pass the table without stopping at it. He stood at the end of the table. He set his hand on Mrs. Weasley's shoulder. He did not say anything. He had learned by the graveyard 4 years earlier that the "I am sorry" in moments like this could be said more than once and could be said less than once. And there was no in-between number. And he had learned that the only honest way to say it sometimes was to put a hand on a shoulder and let the hand be the saying. Mrs. Weasley, after some seconds, set her hand on his hand. She did not look up. Harry, after some seconds longer, lifted his hand off her shoulder and walked on. He saw Lupin and Tonks together. He saw Colin Creevey on a bench, who had been a third year, and who had not, by the long count of birthdays the castle was supposed to keep for its children, been old enough to be on the lawn at all. He saw Lavender Brown on a stretcher at the back of the room, alive, and not alive in the same way she had been alive, and Hermione was beside her with the folder open and a list of healing references. He kept walking. He saw Ron at the door of the hall with his arm bandaged, and he saw Ginny at the foot of the staff table with her wand still in her hand, and he saw Hagrid on the threshold of the hall, weeping, holding the body of Voldemort in his enormous arms. He saw McGonagall by the staff table who had a cut above her eyebrow. He saw at the foot of the staff table the snake. The snake was the last Horcrux. The snake was alive. The snake was the long, pale thing with the pale eye that had been Voldemort's familiar for 40 years. And the snake, at the foot of the staff table, was, by McGonagall's wand, already half pinned to the floor, but was not yet broken. He walked toward the snake. "Hey, kid," Bari said. "Yeah, 6. I know, makes 6. He ran. He did not run far. He ran the length of the staff table. He ran with the lightning at the volume he had been holding it at since the clearing. He ran through the snake. He did not, in running through, do violence to the snake the way a normal weapon did violence. He ran through the snake the way the lightning had run through Quirrell's wrist, and through the small, dark sixth piece of Voldemort in himself. And the snake, in the running, was, at the molecular level, vibrated to the temperature where the snake was no longer the snake. He stopped on the far side of the staff table. The snake collapsed. The hall around him had not yet, by the long stuttering second of his speed, registered. The hall was, in its motion, slow. Then the hall caught up. Voldemort, on the floor of the hall, opened his eyes. He had been carried in on McGonagall's order by Hagrid. He had been laid down on the long flagstone in front of the staff table. He had been, by the long, stunned hour of the rebound, unconscious. He was, in the second the snake collapsed, conscious again, and his red eyes on the flagstone opened, and the red eyes on opening found on the far side of the table Harry. Voldemort was, on the flagstone, no longer in possession of his wand. Voldemort was, on the flagstone, also no longer in possession of his snake. Voldemort was, on the flagstone, by the count of his pieces, the last piece of himself there was, and Voldemort on the flagstone knew by the long, careful arithmetic of his own old planning what this meant. Voldemort screamed. He did not scream a word. He screamed the high, thin, shrieking noise the small, dark sixth piece had screamed in the forest, and the noise was the noise of a thing that was, in the very long arithmetic, in the moment of running out of layers. He stood. He stood on the flagstone, wandless, snakeless, and made, with one hand the small, precise gesture he had made on the lawn at the end of 5th year, when he had thickened the air at the line of the Ministry's protective spells, and the air around him thickened. Harry, on the far side of the table, did not move. He did not move because Bari in him had said do not move, and because the lightning in him was now, on the small, precise gesture, making the small, particular humming noise it had been making since the clearing. Voldemort came around the table. Voldemort came around the table at a walking pace, the way a very old, very patient, very wounded man walks when the man has decided that the man, even now, will not run. Voldemort came up to Harry. Voldemort raised at Harry's chest his hand. The hand was not in the moment holding a wand. The hand did not need a wand. "Hey, kid," Bari said. Now, Harry said, "Run faster, I will. Run out of his time, kid, I will." There was in the hall a moment. The moment was approximately a quarter of a second long by the measure of the clocks of the hall, and approximately a year long by the measure of Harry's lightning. In the moment, Harry ran. He ran around Voldemort in a tight, clean spiral, the way he had run around Quirrell 6 years before, and around the Hungarian Horntail 4 years before, and around the chains in the lake 3 years before. He ran around Voldemort once. He ran around Voldemort twice. He ran around Voldemort 3 times. Around the 3rd time, the air around Voldemort, by the lightning's count, was no longer the air the rest of the hall was made of. The air around Voldemort was a thin singing column, the way the air had been a thin singing column inside Quirrell's wrist, and the column on the 3rd loop was a column Harry could put his hand into. He put his hand into it. He put his hand into Voldemort's chest. He did not, in the putting, do violence the way a wand or a sword did violence. He did the small molecular work the lightning had been preparing him to do for 16 years, and the molecular work on Voldemort did to Voldemort what the lightning had done to the cup, the locket, the ring, the diary, the diadem, the snake, the small dark sixth piece in him. It found the seam in the man and ran along the seam and unmade. Voldemort in the column on the 3rd loop did not scream. Voldemort in the column on the 3rd loop looked at Harry. Voldemort in the column on the 3rd loop said, in a voice that was no longer the imperious old archaic voice, the small voice the Tom Riddle of the diary had once used, "What are you?" Harry did not on the column answer. He had not in his life had any particular answer to the question. He vibrated. Voldemort on the column came apart. He came apart cleanly. He came apart the way the small dark sixth piece had come apart in the forest, the way the smear had come apart in the cottage at Godric's Hollow, the way the dent in the air had smoothed itself out an hour after Bari had become a smear of ash on the rug. He came apart at the speed of the light Voldemort by the imperious old archaic voice had built himself out of. Voldemort came apart. The thin singing column, around the place where Voldemort had been, hung in the air for a fraction of a second longer. Then the thin singing column also was gone. Harry stopped running. He stopped running on the flagstone with his hand still raised, and he stood and he breathed, the long, ragged in-and-out breathing of a thing that had not, by its previous standards of breathing, been breathing the way breathing was usually structured, and the lightning in him was, for the first time in 7 years, very quiet. The hall around him was very quiet. Voldemort was no longer in the hall. Voldemort was, by the long arithmetic of where the pieces of him had been, no longer in the world. He sat down. He sat down on the flagstone. He did not, in the sitting, look up at the hall. He did not, in the sitting, look at McGonagall or at Hagrid or at Hermione or at Ron. He looked at his own hands. His own hands were on the flagstone in front of him, and his own hands on the flagstone were ordinary in a way they had not, by his accounting, been ordinary in some years. His hands were not, in the moment, vibrating. His hands were, in the moment, the hands of a boy, a small, skinny 17-year-old boy, with two ordinary hands on a flagstone in a hall. He looked at them for a while. Between the snake and the column around Voldemort, between the rebound in the clearing and the unmaking on the flagstone, the battle had had things in it Harry did not afterwards permit himself to forget. He had run, in the long stretched second after the snake had collapsed, the corridors of the castle once. He had run them because the lightning, in him, had told him. In the small particular way, the lightning told him things in moments where the moment had room for one more thing, that there were people in the corridors who had a quarter of a second left to be saved. He had taken the quarter second. He had used it. He had pulled, on the second-floor corridor, Lavender Brown out from under Fenrir Greyback, who had come at her low. He had taken Lavender to the hall and laid her on the stretcher Hermione, by the long, quiet anticipation of the day, had set up. He had run on. He had pulled, on the third-floor corridor, Dean Thomas out of the path of a falling pillar. The pillar had landed where Dean had been a quarter-second earlier, and Dean, on landing in the corridor 4 feet to the left of the pillar with Harry's hand on his shoulder, had not even, by the speed of the move, registered that he had been moved. Harry had set Dean down and run on. He had not been able to pull Fred. He had not been able to pull Fred because Fred had, by the long quiet arithmetic of when the wall had come down, been already 4 seconds gone by the time Harry had reached the staircase, and 4 seconds was, by the lightning's count, 4 eternities. Harry, in the corridor, had stood at the wall for a moment that was, by his accounting, the longest moment of the night. Then he had run on. He had run on because there were others in the corridors who were 1 second gone, not 4, and 1 second was, by the lightning's count, an arithmetic he could still bend. He had pulled Cedric's father. He had pulled Cedric's father out of the path of a curse Bellatrix Lestrange had thrown across the third-floor landing. The curse had been the long green word, the same word from the graveyard, and Harry, on the landing, had taken Mr. Diggory by the elbow and put him at the wall, and the green light, on its slow long line, had passed through the air where Mr. Diggory had been, and Mr. Diggory, against the wall, had looked at Harry with a face Harry had in him no apparatus for. He had not waited for the face to assemble into words. He had run on. He had not been able to pull Tonks. He had not been able to pull Tonks because Tonks had been already gone by the time he had come into the room with her body in it. And Lupin, who had been the next pull, had been already gone by the time Harry had come into the corridor with Lupin. And Harry, in the corridor with 2 people who had been, in the long hours of the spring of his 5th year, the closest he had ever come to having an aunt and an uncle who were not, in any sense, the Dursleys, had stopped for 1 second. And the 1 second was the longest 1 second since Fred. He had run on. He had run on because there had been Colin Creevey to find and not save. He had not been fast enough for Colin. There had been a Hufflepuff girl at the foot of the east stair he had been fast enough for. There had been a small Ravenclaw boy who had been pinned by a falling beam he had freed in the time the boy had had a half-breath left. There had been Ginny Weasley on the lawn with a Death Eater's wand on her, and he had taken the wand, and he had given Ginny the wand, and Ginny had used it. He had been fast enough for some. He had not been fast enough for all. When he came into the great hall, after the long, fast, careful corridor pass, the lightning in him was at a hum he had only ever held it at on the cliff at Bill and Fleur's, which was to say at the volume that did not, in him, ask the body for anything the body did not have to give. and the lightning on coming into the hall had been, by his careful internal count, ready for the snake. After the column, after Voldemort, after the snake, after the slow, flat brightening of the sky, McGonagall came to the steps of the castle. McGonagall did not, on coming, bring with her any of the long, grim, brisk Scottish administrative apparatus she usually carried. McGonagall, on coming, was a woman in a singed robe with a cut above her eyebrow and one hand in the pocket of the robe. She stood on the steps, 2 steps below Harry. She did not say anything for some seconds. She said in the brisk, efficient voice that was, by Harry's 7-year ear, slightly more brisk and slightly less efficient than usual, "Mr. Potter. Professor. You are wanted in a great many places, Mr. Potter. The hall is wanted. The hall has, by this morning, had a great many things asked of it, and the people in the hall have a great many things that they will, in time, want to ask of you. Yes, Professor. I have on their behalf taken the liberty of suggesting that they wait." Harry looked at her. He looked at the cut above her eyebrow. He looked at her hand in the pocket of the robe, which he understood by the small, careful adjustment of the angle was being held in the pocket because the hand was not, in the moment, fully reliable. "Thank you, Professor," he said. "Sit a while longer, Mr. Potter. There is no hurry now." She did not, on the saying, leave. She sat down on the step, 2 steps below them, with the singed robe gathered around her, and she put the unreliable hand on her knee, and she looked, with Harry and Hermione and Ron, at the dawn over the hills. Ron, after some time, passed her a slice of the toast. McGonagall took it. She ate it slowly. She said after the toast, very quietly, "I have not, in 50 years of teaching at this castle, eaten breakfast on these steps." Harry, on the step, considered. "It is a good place, Professor. It is a good place, Mr. Potter." By mid-morning, Hermione had her arm hooked through his, and Ron had a second parcel of toast, and Hagrid had come out of the hall to sit with them on the lower steps, and the sun, by mid-morning, had cleared the trees. Hagrid did not say anything for some time. Hagrid said, finally, "Your parents, sir. Your parents would have been, Harry, listen, lad. Your parents would have been proud of ye. I knew 'em. I knew 'em at the school. I knew 'em the day ye were born. I knew 'em the night I came up the stair and got ye out o' that crib. They'd be proud. I am tellin' ye that because nobody else has and somebody ought." Harry, at the lower step, did not, for a long second, answer. He thought of the woman in the wallpaper of small yellow flowers. He thought of the man at the foot of the stairs. He thought of the rebound and the smear and the dent in the air and the small ash he had not, until this morning, been told the name of. He thought of Bari. He had been, by the careful count of his own grief, mourning 2 fathers since the long candle-lit hour in the headmaster's office in the spring of his 5th year. He had not, in the years since, given either of them up. He thought now that he was, in the long, quiet mourning over the lake, no longer mourning anyone in the active way. He was, instead, carrying. The carrying was, by his accounting, a different practice. The carrying was the thing he intended to spend the rest of his life doing well. "Thank you, Hagrid. Yeah, thank you for getting me out of the crib. Aw, lad." Iris West would not, in any of the years afterwards, learn what had happened to Bari Allen on the night he had not come home. She would, in those years, do the things a journalist does when a man does not come home. She would file reports. She would talk to police. She would carry a small folder of the case to other journalists. She would, eventually, with the slow, patient grace of a woman who had been raised by a man who had taught her to carry her grief in the small, disciplined way of a working professional, set the folder down. She would not stop looking. She would, in time, keep looking less. In the kitchen of the apartment they had shared, on a Tuesday, in the middle of a Tuesday she had not been expecting anything from, she would, very briefly, have a feeling. The feeling would not have words. The feeling would be the feeling of having had, for a fraction of a second, somebody think about her at a great distance with a kind of careful attention. And the feeling in her would be the feeling of being told, by a means she had no apparatus for, that the man she had been waiting on had been happy at the end. He had been helping somebody. That was the whole job. She would set the kettle on. She would, on the kettle, breathe in. She would, on the breathing, find that the breathing was, in her, the easiest it had been on a Tuesday morning in some years. She would not know why. Across an ocean and a sea and a length of sky and a thinness of the world, on the steps of a castle in Scotland, a small, skinny 17-year-old boy with a girl on his left and a friend on his right, and a slice of toast in his hand, watched the sun come up over a lake, and was, at that moment, thinking of her. He sat on the steps of Hogwarts later. He did not, on the way to the steps, ask anyone for permission. He had asked of Hermione a small private quiet hour to himself, and Hermione, who had been at the foot of the steps as he had come out of the hall, had looked at him and seen and stepped back. Ron, beside her, had stepped back too. They had not, on the stepping, gone anywhere. They had stayed in the doorway behind him. The dawn was not yet over the hills. The dawn in the east was a thin pink line above the long blue silhouette of the forbidden forest, and the lake below the dawn was the small flat dark plate of itself, and the swans on the lake in the dim were small white smudges that did not, in the dim, know the night was over. He sat with his arms around his knees. He sat with his head against the doorframe. He sat with the lightning in him almost gone. "Hey, kid," Bari said. "Yes," said Harry, "I am going, I know, the lightning is releasing me. I think I am allowed to rest now. I have been here a while, I know. Hey, kid, yeah, I am, I think, going to be all right. You hear me? I hear you. I have been with you, the most useful kind of dead a person can be. You have given me 16 years I did not have any reasonable right to. You have given me a kid. You have given me a family. You have given me a very good cliff to look at the sea from. You have given me a coffee shop on a corner I had not been at in some years in your dreams, and you do not know how much that meant. I have been very lucky, kid, on the dying side. You hear me? I hear you. If any one kid in your world ever asks where I went, tell them I was happy. At the end, I was helping somebody. That is the whole job. I will. Tell Iris, tell anyone who looks for me. Tell Iris tell her I tried to come home. I will, Bari. I love you, kid. I love you, Bari." A long, considered, slow-arriving pause, the kind of pause a man takes when a man is leaving a room he has been in for a long time, and is shutting the door very gently behind him. "Goodbye, kid. Goodbye, Bari." The voice faded. The lightning in Harry's chest calmed. He breathed slow, slower than he had in any year of his life breathed, and the breathing in him was, in the small private way he had not had a vocabulary for, the breathing of a person. The dawn came up over the hills. It came up the slow, patient way dawns come up in this part of Scotland, which is to say, without spectacle, without urgency. The way an old woman draws back a curtain in a kitchen on a long-anticipated morning. The thin pink line widened. The blue silhouette behind sharpened. The lake below picked up the color of the sky and gave it back. The swans noticed. Harry on the steps did not move. He did not move because moving was, at the speed at which he was now moving, a thing that had to be decided about in a way he had not, in any prior year, decided about it. After some time he heard footsteps behind him. The footsteps were Hermione's. She sat on his left. She did not say anything. She put, after some seconds, her shoulder against his shoulder, in the small, efficient gesture she had learned over 7 years. After a further some time, more footsteps. The footsteps were Ron's. He sat on Harry's right. He had a small parcel in his hand. The parcel turned out to be 3 slices of toast wrapped in a napkin, which Ron, in the small, disciplined way Ron had been keeping Harry alive for 7 years, had foraged from the hall before sitting. He passed Harry a slice. Harry took it. Hermione on the left took her own. They ate the toast in the dawn. They did not between them speak for some time. The dawn came up. The pink became gold. The gold became the small, ordinary morning blue. A swan on the lake far below lifted off. Ron, after the swan, said in his colloquial low voice, "Bloody hell, we're alive." Harry on the step considered this. He considered it the way he had considered "You're a wizard, Harry" on the rock in the hut at the beginning of his 11th year. He aimed the lens at the proposition. The lens said, "Yes, this matches what I have." He registered the matching with the small, careful filing motion he registered all matchings. "Yeah," he said. Hermione on the left set her hand briefly on his arm. The hand stayed. Ron on the right took another slice of toast. The lake below them lifted into the morning. Far away, in a kitchen in a town in a country Harry had not been to, a woman who had once been a journalist was, by the long chance of a Tuesday, getting up to make coffee. She did not, on the kitchen, know that anyone in any other world had been thinking of her. She did not need to. She was, in the small private way the Lightning had once cared about, all right. In the morning over Hogwarts there was a quiet. The quiet had in it the long, sad, bright fact of what had been done and what had not been saved, and the quiet had in it the small, disciplined fact of 3 friends on a step in the new sun. The lightning was gone. The voice was gone. Harry on the step was only Harry, with a girl on his left and a friend on his right and a slice of toast in his hand. The sun came over the lake. He watched it. He had been fast enough. Chapter 7 End.